Good evening, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis coming to you from the WTHR studios here. Wanted to bring you up to date with some live weather coverage on what's happening with a couple of the thunderstorms that I'm watching that may start to intensify or at least hold their intensity together. Several clusters that we're watching over in Illinois, also one that's moving south of Terre Haute, another batch that's moving into Cincinnati, and then farther to the north we had some concern a little bit earlier. So we want to dive in, want to talk about what to expect, and we just want to watch these over the next maybe half hour or so just to make sure that we don't have any major concerns. The one cell that I'll start off with, and we'll get in and dive in a little bit closer, is this one that's just to the south of Terre Haute. Now this one earlier was showing some signs of rotation. The first thing National Weather Service has done is they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until 7 o'clock this evening. That's going to include Vigo County, but it's also going to include this part of Clay County, as well as just to the south. That's going to be Sullivan County there. That's going to go until 7 p.m. The main concern with this is that it is producing some gusty winds. This is starting to show a little bit of a signature that it may start to form a bit more of a line, or bowing out, sometimes you'll hear it called. That is usually an indication that gusty winds are the biggest concern, but there was some minor rotation with this a little bit earlier, and at times it did have a little bit of a hook configuration. That's why it had us concerned. As far as the areas that we're watching, this is now moving through Farmersburg. Shelburne is here. Here is Fairbanks. We are south of Terre Haute if you're looking and wondering exactly where this is located. It's south of Interstate 70, but this is going to continue moving to the east with much more of maybe a southeastern component here. So eventually perhaps impacting Sullivan, especially if this becomes a little bit more of a line of storms, and then over to Cass as well as Jasonville. These are the areas that we're going to be watching. Now Clay City, you're getting in on some of the rain from some of the kind of tops of this kind of blowing off to the east, but it's not the heavy rain that they're seeing right now moving through, say, Prairie Creek and Farmersburg. And a little bit closer now, just to show you some of the areas that are impacted. We're looking at 150, that's US 150, that's moving down towards Shelburne. Heavy rain, may be some small hail within this, but what I want to do very quickly is just look at perhaps maybe some of the wind gusts that are going with this, also to see if there's any bit of rotation. So bear with me while I just adjust the radar here to show you that what we call storm relative velocity, this SR velocity that you see here. And one of the things that I'm going to be watching is for a couplet. Couplet, we use the terminology often this times when we show these kind of reds and green versions. What I'm looking for are bright areas of the green color and the red color very close together. I'm not seeing that so much with this radar loop. Let me back it up though, because earlier when I was looking at this, let's go back maybe an hour or so. This formed very quickly, by the way. I did see a little bit of that signature as this was drifting farther to the south and east. Let me go back to that to show you. About an hour ago is what we were looking at. Here's the storm forming. Notice how when this was crossing the state line, there was a really bright signature right about there. That's where we're really seeing the rotation with this pick up quickly. Thankfully, we are not seeing as much rotation as this moves farther to the south and east. There is still some minor rotation there. It's a bit on the broader side. And then you see the National Weather Service issued that severe thunderstorm warning. While I have that same configuration in play, let's zoom out just a bit and talk about what was forming farther to the north and to the west of this area. And that's a string of severe thunderstorms that are now resulting in several severe thunderstorm warnings. And then at one time, there was a tornado warning that was issued by the National Weather Service out of Illinois for that rotating thunderstorm. So what I'm getting at with this here, even though this is out of our viewing area, is that this is an environment that is showing some signs of spin. And the storms that are developing are starting to take on a little bit of rotation, especially in this area. Now the question is going to remain when we're tracking the storms moving into parts of Indiana, will they be into that same type of environment, or is this environment slightly different? Having said that, let me take you a little farther to the north, and let me actually change the configuration of the radar here to go back to the standard radar that you're used to seeing. Not the velocities that we were looking at, but this is definitely kind of the traditional radar that you're looking at. And you'll see that National Weather Service also issued this special weather statement. And I'm going to turn off that banner just so that it's not in the way. And it's for this line of thunderstorms. Now, from the reflectivity, it doesn't look like there's very much rain falling, and that may continue to be the case, but there's a bit of a boundary here, and sometimes with these boundaries you can get a little bit of spin, and if there's any amount of lift, storms developing, clouds kind of building, you can get some minor rotation in the form of some funnel clouds, very tight, very weak circulations. We did have a couple of funnel cloud reports. West Lafayette, just to the north there was a report of a funnel cloud, and additional reports that were being reported here from this little line. Now notice it is a bit of a line, but also notice that the storms that are developing are staying on that line. So the line is not necessarily dropping to the south, but any individual storms that are developing are continuing to rain over the same areas. And that's going to be key and critical for what we're expecting later tonight, when this is less of a severe thunderstorm event and more of a flooding rain event. So this is another area that we're going to have to watch here just to the north of Lafayette with any of these storms. While I'm here, very briefly, let me look at those velocities yet again, because I want to make sure that that cell that's moving closer to Lafayette that you see there in the bright red is not rotating, or at least at the moment is not showing any signs of continuing to rotate. It's very weak, but there's an area here where you're not necessarily going to be able to see the rotation as strongly on radar as what we were seeing maybe closer to Terre Haute, where you see these really bright couplets pop up with the bright reds and greens. So it's a little bit more difficult in this environment that we're in north of Lafayette to pick out where we might see some funnel clouds pop up, although it's a weaker system here. So that is a bit of good news there. All right, back to the regular radar we go, because I want to bring you to one more location that we've been tracking farther to the east. Along this same line, if we continue with this line all the way over to, say, Muncie, we've continued to see some storms develop along that line. Most of these have now exited into Ohio, but the boundary is still here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see more storms develop, or at least the possibility of a couple of funnel clouds popping up here, maybe leading to a few land spouts. That was the concern that the National Weather Service outlined in that special weather statement that you see there. That has been dropped, and I think as we lose some of the heating of the day, that may become less of an issue. What's going to happen as we get into the next several hours, first of all, we're watching more clusters of storms that are south of Greensburg, east of Columbus. These are really continuing to develop, but yet again, they're along the same axis and they're not moving very quickly. So the storms themselves aren't moving very quickly, and they're also forming along that same line and training the same location. So as more and more of these develop, I think through the next couple of hours or so, it's going to be critical that we watch those and show how much rain has been falling, because we could get into a flash flooding situation here over the next maybe 6 hours or so. This storm moving through Harrison, this is just going to cross the interstate and move into parts of Cincinnati. That's out of our area, but that severe thunderstorm warning, if you were curious, is including Dearborn County there until 7:15. Just wanted you to know that there is another severe thunderstorm warning in our area. Back out a little bit wider, just to make sure there's no new warnings that have popped up. Again, watching this cell that is not looking as impressive as it was a bit earlier. This one to the south and west of, south I should say, of Terre Haute. It was moving to the south and east, although Weather Service was saying east at about 20. It's got a little bit more of a southern component to it now as it continues to drop farther to the south. There is some minor rotation still showing up there. Even in the reflectivity, I can see it. What I am concerned about, and the reason why I wanted to join you here live, is for the possibility of flooding rain. So over the next maybe hour or so, we're looking at the possibility of some severe storms, some severe thunderstorm warnings producing some gusty winds, maybe an isolated tornado warning we couldn't rule out. But really, once this cluster becomes much more active, all of this flooding heavy rain is going to continue moving into Terre Haute, Sullivan, over to Bloomington, Ellettsville, down to Bedford, eventually over into Columbus. I think all of this area here is going to be dealing with some extremely heavy rain that may last through the overnight hours, or at least through about midnight or maybe 1 a.m. I'm going to step off camera and go to a couple of different graphics on my computer that I can't operate from here. And I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to the possibility of some of those storms that are going to be happening later this evening. So I mentioned the radar earlier. We showed you what to expect there. With the severe thunderstorm warning that's now pushing south of Terre Haute. But I think once we get into this evening, the severe threat that's going to linger will still be there until we lose a lot of that heating of the day, or until we use up some of that energy. Temperatures are still into the 80s. There is a slight risk of severe weather from parts of central Illinois all the way through the southern half of Indiana, and then eventually into Kentucky and parts of southern Ohio. This is a level 2 on a scale of 1 to 5 for what we would talk about when we're going through the severe threats. And the biggest concern here is going to be those gusty winds. But as we've seen, some of the storms may start to rotate and an isolated tornado couldn't be ruled out. Even the possibility of large hail. But the real concerns here with the severe storms, the thunderstorms through the next couple of hours or so, will be high winds. After that, once we lose the heating of the day, this becomes less of a severe weather event, and in the high category here, I've put the flooding threat. And that's because these storms are going to produce a lot of heavy rain, and we may see storm after storm over the same area. In anticipation of that, the Weather Prediction Center is saying that there is a moderate risk of flooding over parts of central Illinois. Now, I know that's not necessarily here. We are under that slight risk of flooding, but a lot of this may continue downstream. So we could see some of these heavier downpours continue into Terre Haute, into Bloomington, and this would be the area that I'd be most concerned about to have the flooding threat. And it's going to happen overnight. Now that's a concern because if you're going to be driving past say 9 or 9:30 when the sun sets, this is going to be happening at night and you can't see as well overnight how deep the water is, or even if the road is washed out. It becomes much more dangerous in a flooding situation overnight, as all severe weather is typically the case. I just want you to be aware of that. If you have plans to travel maybe down 69 moving through Bloomington or west to Terre Haute, just know that travel this evening, you're going to be encountering some heavy rain at the very least and some thunderstorms. I just want you to be aware of the flooding threat that's going to go there. Because of that, there is a flood watch that's in place right now. This is actually in place until tomorrow at 8 p.m. because not only are we expecting a line of storms to move through tonight, but also expecting another line of storms sometime tomorrow. Those also may produce heavy rain and move over some of the same locations. So this is kind of that same pattern we've been in where it's cluster after cluster of thunderstorms. Here's Future Track 13, slow moving storms. Most of the storms are expected to be south of Indianapolis for the cluster that's going to move through for tonight. Some good news there is that most of the rain that fell earlier was north of the city. Most of the rain that's expected to fall tonight is going to be south of Indianapolis from, say, Terre Haute to Bloomington. That's where we could pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain overall, but there may be isolated spots that pick up a little bit more than that. So an impact alert here for the possibility of flooding now through overnight tonight, really after about midnight or 1 o'clock or so. Could see some severe storms that produce gusty winds and an isolated tornado threat. This is in the short term. After that, I think the longer term through, say, early morning tomorrow and even into the afternoon is heavy rain that's going to produce some flash flooding. Make sure if you're going to be driving, especially because this is happening at night, that you turn around, don't drown. We say that all the time, but it really could save your life. You just don't know if the road is washed out there underneath some of those flooded roadways. And if there's even a road underneath there. So just keep that in mind. After that, I do want to briefly mention that the temperatures are expected to warm up tomorrow, 83 for the high, then 85 on Tuesday. And then we expect the next impact alert to be for the possibility for some dangerous heat. I just wanted to get that out there for you so you were understanding what's going on with our forecast and how things are going to be changing over time. In the meantime, let me go back to the radar and talk about what's been popping up here, because here's the severe thunderstorm warning that is going to continue to the south and east of Terre Haute. Now I'm going to be wondering, watching this to see, one, is it still rotating? And I'm going to dive in and show you that. But also, will the National Weather Service continue this through to, say, Jasonville and Linton? Because that's going to be our biggest concern here. It has started to take a little bit of a dive to the south, and every now and then when they start to make that bit of a turn, it can suggest that the storm is either weakening or strengthening, depending on kind of the way that they are making that turn. So let's go back to the radar. Very quickly, I just want to get in and show you the storm relative velocity yet again. This is the best way to determine what's happening with the winds within a storm. And there is still some broad rotation. The reds and greens are not necessarily touching each other. They're not very bright and vibrant, meaning that the winds aren't very strong, but there is some minor rotation that's showing up here. As long as that's the case, I have a feeling that the National Weather Service is going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning farther to the south and east. They have trimmed it back to not include any of the Illinois counties, but now we're starting to see the next severe thunderstorm warning with the next cluster behind it continue to show up. And I'm actually going to switch to this radar. Right now the radar is set on the Indianapolis radar, and it gives us a good look at storms over on the Indiana side. But once you go over into Illinois, we have to switch to a different radar to get a better view of what's happening there. And I just saw meteorologist Sean Ash move into the studio, so he also has the idea that, hey, look, we're going to be watching things develop as we look through tonight. First, let me turn on the storm relative velocity just to show you what's happening. There's still some gusty winds, still some broad rotation here. This is an environment that includes some rotational aspects to it. So as the storms develop, they are starting to take on that rotation. And if that rotation tightens up just long enough, we've seen a couple of tornado warnings that have fired off. I'm going to set this into motion so I can show you that as this was passing south of Shelbyville, you can see the tornado warning that popped up. Still some minor rotation with it, but not as tight or as well defined as it was a little bit earlier. Also going to switch over to the standard radar, the reflectivity we call it, the kind of traditional view that you're used to, just to show you how heavy the rain is. It looks like this may start to show that little bit of a line segment that is starting to form, and if that's the case, this is likely going to continue rushing farther to the east and will probably impact us here in the southern part of Indiana as this entire cluster of thunderstorms. And what I'm also getting a little more concerned about here as I remove this part of the banner is that this cell and the cell behind it and the cell behind that and the cell behind that are all lined up in a bit of a train here. What I mean by that is they're all moving in this southeastern direction, but they're aligned in a southeastern direction, which means that this area that's dealing with a storm right now may have to deal with another storm behind that producing heavy rain, another storm behind that producing heavy rain, and on and on. This means that not only will they receive a lot of heavy rain very quickly, but they'll get this turn after turn after turn, and we could see those rainfall totals add up. This could lead to a flash flooding situation very quickly here. South of Terre Haute, I'd say over to Sullivan, and then maybe over to Spencer, Bloomington, south to Bedford. We'll have to see if this extends all the way over to Columbus, Lake Monroe area, Brown County area, certainly expecting some heavier rain, Brownstown as well. These are the areas that I'm most concerned about the possibility of heavy rain through about midnight tonight. That's why the flood watch is in place. I think if you're north of this, if you're in the city, what can you expect? Well, can't rule out the possibility of severe thunderstorms or even thunderstorms producing some heavy rain, but there's going to be a couple of things that have to come together for that to happen. This line would have to get a little bit better organized. We'd have to see this continue to drift farther to the south. I think that's possible. You have a chance for thunderstorms, let me say, through the evening if you're in Indianapolis, but for now, through the next several hours, at least in Indy, I think you're looking okay, at least for the next hour. After that, we'll have to see how much of this moves together. If you're just joining us, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the WTHR studios, tracking the radar with storms that have popped up, especially south and west of Indianapolis, closer to, say, Terre Haute. This is the area of thunderstorms that we're going to be watching really for the next several hours move through the southern part of the state. Could give us a chance for severe storms and even the possibility of some flooding rains. We're starting to see this line get better developed, and what I'm concerned about, I mentioned this earlier, that we'd have this kind of line of storms from, say, Terre Haute and points of the south, but if this continues to fill in over to Bloomington, to Columbus, we're seeing that line fire up maybe closer to Cincinnati. That would bear watching, because then the storms would be sitting over the same areas even farther east than what we were talking about a little bit earlier. I have some hope that we're watching this area of storms east of Columbus, say Columbus to Cincinnati, that it is moving a little bit, but this is also going to be one area that we'll have to watch for the possibility of maybe a little bit of rotation. This is where I'm going to be zooming in real quick just to see if there's any rotation. Again, we're tracking this live, so you're going to watch this along with me as things develop, and we'll kind of keep an eye on the radar for you here together. If you're in one of these locations, you're certainly going to see some heavy rain. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that bears too much of a concern when it comes to rotation or gusty winds. Still going to watch this. These severe thunderstorm warnings moving into Cincinnati right now are because some of the storms there are much stronger. And looking at this from the Indianapolis radar, which is what I'm using right now, you don't get the best look at them when they're that far away. Let me kind of reset here and show you what to expect. Let's zoom out for the whole viewing area just to show you that we have two areas that we're watching right now. Really three areas if you want to break it down like that. One is this very weak boundary that's to the north. And this is where the National Weather Service earlier put out a special weather statement about possibility for some of the thunderstorms produce some funnel clouds or land spouts. It's kind of a weak version of a tornado. That is still holding together, but it's not looking as impressive, or it's not intensifying. maybe like it was a little bit earlier with the cell that was coming out of Illinois. Farther to the south, this is the main concern. This is the cluster that we'll watch over the next couple of hours. And then, as I've already said, now we've got a new tornado warning that just popped up here south of Cincinnati from some of the storms there. Now, I said that I didn't see any rotation in any of these storms, but clearly using the Ohio radar, National Weather Service there out of Wilmington, Ohio, has said that, hey, look, there's some rotation here. We're going to watch this as it moves closer to maybe the southwest side of Cincinnati. If you know somebody that's traveling here that's maybe going through Interstate 74, you take the 275 bypass to go around Cincinnati to eventually get down to 75. That's the exact area that we're looking at here. South of Harrison, you know, once you cross that Ohio line, it's not too far before you take the 275 southbound. That's the area right now that we're watching as this crosses the Ohio River and then eventually moves back to Interstate 75, 71 as well as in here. And so these are the areas that are under a tornado warning in addition to a severe thunderstorm warning for that possibility. Sean Ash has just arrived. But Sean, if you see anything or you want to throw anything my way, feel free to let me know what you're seeing if you happen to pop up on anything. I know you just got into the studio though.
Yeah, I got N.1
Okay.
in Sullivan.
N.1 in Sullivan. Okay, let me.
In the town of Sullivan, so that'll be a key camera here in the coming 15, 20 minutes because the rotation with the storm that's prompted now again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning as you've been mentioning.
I don't know if your mic is up just yet, but I wanted to kind of walk over to see if they can hear you.
But yeah, so we've got that camera in Sullivan, all right, and there is some rotation. Now, mind you, I probably need to switch over. I think on this particular storm, we're going to want to use the Evansville radar, which is going to give us a better shot of that.
Okay.
So the rotation is going to be moving.
And again, I don't know if they have your mic up just yet. So let me take the camera off here and let me see if I can pull up over here what Sean is talking about. So this is the storm that we're talking about close to Sullivan. What you were looking at was the DOT camera that is right in Sullivan, right about here as that storm approaches. Now, the concern here from Sean is saying that, hey, there is a little bit of minor rotation here. The other thing that he mentioned is that we probably need to use the Evansville radar for this because that storm is actually closer to the Evansville radar than what we're seeing on the Indianapolis radar. And showing that there is a little bit of minor rotation that is showing up here. In fact, it has, if anything, it's tightened up a bit, I'd say, Sean.
Yeah.
This is going to be crossing just over 150, US 150, and I'll very quickly go back to that camera just so we can pull that back up yet again. We'll kind of flip back and forth between these. This is the area that we're watching, and this is where we're going to keep an eye on this. Do you know how far north this is? Is this north of Sullivan?
It is just north. Let me see. Let me get a distance on that. So Shelburne is just north of Sullivan by, give or take, by about 5.5 miles.
Okay.
Oh, no, now that particular camera, yes, so that gives us, that camera is going to be about 5 miles to the south of the rotation.
Okay, so it's located somewhere in here. So it's about halfway between the distance here. What we're watching is this area of rotation. And by the way, I just saw our director come through here and put the cameras up in the studio for us, so I appreciate that. He put N.1 and 2 up there for us. Sean, this was showing a lot more rotation a bit earlier. Now that it's moved farther to the south, I think it might have cycled through just a little bit. I'm hoping it doesn't tighten up more than that. But that is certainly the area that we're going to be watching. It's got the gusty winds. It's going to produce some heavy rain, but in the short term, the rotation is problematic.
Yeah, and I mean, and I agree with your assessment on this too. Look, the rotation potential, I think, is going to be, it has a very narrow window to produce. The flooding threat that you talked about, because these things are definitely becoming, there's a long line. The rain train is setting up. And so I would say anywhere from near Terre Haute down to Bloomington and Columbus. I know you don't have much going on there right now, and then points to the south toward the Ohio River. That whole zone, Bedford, Linton, the odds of us getting flash flood warnings here in the next 2 hours, I would say are very high, if not likely.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is the area that you're talking about. I'd say over to Bedford and Bloomington. The big question, I think, Sean, and I'm curious, how things are going to set up and how things are going to maneuver is how far to the east will this go, especially given that some of these storms are starting to develop even farther to the east of that area. Now, Weather Prediction Center has said that this is the area where the strongest, heaviest rains are going to be. But what we're starting to see set up is that this may be a little farther to the east than what we were expecting. I'm going to kind of remove some of these just to get them off the screen so that things look a little bit cleaner here. So the area I've outlined is what Sean was talking about from the state line to the east to Sullivan, where we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning currently, over to Linton, over to Ellettsville, Bloomington, Bedford, all along Interstate 69, away from Lake Monroe, over to perhaps Brown County. Keep in mind, the flash flooding potential that we're talking about also could be exacerbated by some of the hilly terrain here. One of the things we have to keep in mind, these creeks that may fill up very quickly are going to produce some very quick moving storms. And you can kind of see that in the terrain here. When we start to get into the area where things become a little bit hillier, that may only hurt the possibility of flash flooding here. So very quickly, let me just take that off just to remove that. This is the storm that we're continuing to watch for the possibility of gusty winds and even a little bit of rotation here, Sean was talking about earlier. But there are several more severe thunderstorms back behind that. And Sean said it perfectly. There's a window of opportunity where the severe threat is going to remain with us and that we'll see that chance for the storms to develop. But if they don't move very much, if they sit over the same area too long or continue to train over the same area, the severe threat will really get minimized. That will be the good news. That will help to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit when it comes to the severe concerns. What will go up very quickly after that, and what we'll really be watching, is the accumulation of rainfall that will continue storm after storm after storm. And I'm just going to put on the rainfall that we've received so far. Let me put this on now so that this isn't looping, and take that off. Already we're up in that maybe 1 to 2 inch category. I aren't seeing too many locations where we're seeing the rain surpass 2 inches, but these are just developing. These have already put down as much as an inch of rain in areas south of Terre Haute, almost to Sullivan, splitting the distance here between Sullivan and Jasonville. Farther to the west, where the storms have had a little bit of a longer time to get developed and keep moving, this is just from the Indianapolis radar, but already we're starting to see a couple of areas pop up to around 2 inches. And I'd be willing to bet that if we switch this radar over to the central Illinois radar and show you the rainfall, we'll start to see some impressive values. Yes, exactly what we were expecting. Already seeing over 2 inches of rain. Storms are going to continue to develop here, continue to produce heavy rain over the next couple of hours or so. So we may start to see some flood warnings or at least some flood advisories issued. Not seeing those just yet. Right now it's just a lot of these kind of yellow-orange boxes that are the severe thunderstorm warnings, including one that's in parts of Indiana right now, just south of Terre Haute, including Sullivan and over to, say, Linton. Let me remove this. Actually, first let me go back to the Indianapolis radar just to get you back to our standard view, kind of reset, show you where we are with some of the storms that are continuing to develop. I do want to set this into motion because I want to see how things are evolving over the next, say, 15 minutes or so from the last 15 minutes. Storms continuing to push to the east, but look at this. Where the storms are set up, this line is not moving north or south. Anything that has moved through already is going to see another storm move through, another storm. Sean called it the rain train that's setting up, and that's exactly what we're watching. In the meantime, farther to the east, I said that this boundary was sitting here and it may start to fill in, and we are starting to see that. Bloomington seeing some heavy rain come down right now. In fact, that storm developed very quickly. We'll have to watch that one to see if there's any rotation that's showing up. This also is moving over parts of Brown County. Lake Monroe, I know it's Sunday afternoon. There may be a lot of boaters out on the lake. That's going to be one that we'll have to watch. Not seeing much in the way of, let me see if I have the lightning turned on. Let me turn that on just to see how much lightning is showing up with the cell that's over Lake Monroe, just because boater safety. We want to make sure folks along the lake are realizing that. There is a good bit of lightning here. One thing I look at with lightning is how much lightning is continuing to develop. Is it accelerating or is it decelerating as far as the number of lightning strikes? And that's what I'm watching. And Sean, again, if you have anything, just
they just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch for this area. It's going to include Sullivan. It does include Bloomington.
There it is.
There you go. It's going to pop up there. And that goes until 1 a.m. I think the threat of storms will probably be over by then. They usually extend the lead time there, but that's the severe thunderstorm watch with the potential that some areas of rotation are very much in play here, okay? So we want you to be aware of this as we move forward, and we'll be on top of this. I want to dive in, give you a tour here on, if you can get me on links 4, we'll kind of bounce the radar around a little bit here. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for parts of Sullivan County. That goes until 7:45. And additional storms developing quickly. One that's right over Bloomington. That's going to be moving into Lake Monroe here within the next probably 15, 20 minutes, especially the northern side of Lake Monroe. Go ahead and take it, my friend.
You popped up on links 4. I'll just zoom into the areas that you're looking at. But yeah, if you can pull up Sean on links 4, he's on weather 4 over there. But this is the area that you're tracking right now, I believe, Sean, moving through parts of Monroe County.
Yeah, Monroe County, and going to be cutting right through, coming right through Bloomington. It does have some lightning, and I will tell you one thing that's going to, and you mentioned this too, this air mass that these storms are going to be moving through is extremely moist. We are going to get 2-inch per hour rain rates. That is a given. In fact, we may get higher than that. Flash flooding is going to be a big problem here. So we'll dive in. We'll show you what's happening here, and you can bounce around part of it. You can take it full when you need to. That's no problem. We'll show you the cell that's over Bloomington. It's not severe right now. As Rob mentioned, however, we know a lot of folks are out. And I would say if you're on Lake Monroe, if you got some friends on Lake Monroe, just get them back to the shore. Have a lot of lightning with it too. That's a developing cell. We go back to the west, and then, so we're going to handle a couple of things here. Let's put the shear rate on, take the lightning off. So this is going to have a combo of pockets of 60-mile-per-hour wind. Let me switch over to the Evansville radar. It's going to give us a little bit better view of that particular cell. And also the rotation that continues here. Not as tight as it once was. It's in between Shelbourne and Sullivan. And let me show you the camera there that we've got in Sullivan. So it's getting a little bit closer to this NDOT camera. No rain there yet, but we will watch this camera closely as we move forward in the coming next 20 minutes here. Let me put the radar back on in terms of the rainfall. And so there's the severe thunderstorm watch. And then in addition to that, we can draw this zone right here is where we're going to be very concerned about flooding. Flooding to me seems very likely. I'm going to take the radar and we're just going to go back for 1 hour in time. Let me clear the telestrator here. We're going to go back about 1 hour in time, take this back just so you can see the movement. Yeah, so this is turning into what we call to get technical with you, this is turning into a mesoscale convective complex. This is going to have tremendous rain rates in addition to the wind pockets. But flash flooding, very, very likely in a zone that's been marked for high flash flood potential.
I couldn't tell if that was a confirmed tornado warning over in Cincinnati, or was that a confirmed
No,
warning?
let's see that. I see what you're, that was the funnel cloud they had at 5:58.
Okay.
Yeah, so funnel cloud there. We've had some other funnels, by the way, much farther north. I've had some people ask about those too. Within this zone of showers to the north. And let me change my telestrator color here. We've had some reports of funnels around Lafayette earlier, and it's possible before sunset that we could have a few more up here. Those will be harmless. That the atmosphere in terms of producing much more volatile thunderstorms is going to be just to the along and especially south of I-74. And that's where we've been highlighting this afternoon. That's where the air is much more unstable. There's all kinds of potential storm energy for these storms to just go gangbusters, and that's what they're doing here. So additional warnings expected. And a chance when they first develop, so especially this cell that's by itself there over Bloomington, we'll have to watch closely. The ones by themselves. Yeah, I can't stress it enough, partner. The flash flood potential here this evening is very high in this storm zone.
Yeah, and let's kind of take a moment to reset here. If we can bring it back over to the key on Weather 1. Just want to kind of bring folks up to speed. Meteorologist Robb Ellis here alongside meteorologist Sean Ash, and we are giving you an update of what's happening with the storms that we're tracking moving through central Indiana. We're going to reset the radar here just while I'm talking so we can see what's going on with those very heavy rain rates that Sean was talking about. Also, we know that many of you are watching us on Facebook Live, and I have been monitoring some of the comments. We're going to keep our eye on that, see if we can answer some of the questions. One of the questions that we had, people were talking that they were watching us see some of the storms moving south of Terre Haute. What about north of Terre Haute? I saw the question there. Things are looking okay right now, but I still think this area from northern parts of Terre Haute, even over to Indianapolis, I wouldn't rule out the chance for even more storms later this evening, but you don't have as high a chance as what's moving through the southern part of the state. The biggest concern in the short term is going to be the severe threat and maybe an isolated tornado warning. We have one that's right now over into Cincinnati. We had one earlier that was in central Illinois. Sean mentioned the the funnel clouds that were showing up to the north. We're going to watch these to see if there is any rotation, especially along this line that is now set up from, say, Sullivan to Bloomington to Cincinnati. That's the short term. In the long term, Sean nailed it. This is going to become a flooding rain event in the southern part of the state if this line doesn't move very much. And it can make all the difference in the world whether this line just sits here or whether it starts to slowly drift to the south. Because if we can move these areas of the heaviest rain, that is going to really help the areas that are going to be picking up 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour with these storms. Wanted to set it into motion here so you can see. In fact, let me actually move that a little bit farther along. Let's move it for the last 30 minutes or so that you can see that, one, this batch of rain is moving closer to Indiana. It's still over into Illinois. Here's the state line. But also the area of storms that are developing, they're not moving very quickly at all. In fact, they're moving east at about 20 miles per hour, the Weather Service was saying. Put that back on. So you can see that where they do develop, there's not a lot of motion with these. I also mentioned the terrain, and Sean, this may be something that I'd like your opinion on, just what you're thinking here. You know, the areas farther to the west here, it is low-lying, and that can be also a problem for trying to drain some of the rain and the moisture that's continuing to fall, because as you said, the atmosphere is just completely laden with moisture. But some of the areas, maybe even over into Monroe County, Brown County, even down to, say, Bedford and Seymour, you know, these are areas that are quite hilly, and I'm a little concerned about that possibility for flash flooding over the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah, I think that's legit, especially, you know, we see this quite a bit in downtown Bloomington, the way things are designed there. And I tell you, we still got a pretty impressive hook there in Sullivan County. So we'll show you that. I mean, the rotation is, again, it remains in between.
And you can pop over to for our
yeah,
direct.
pop on 4 if you get a moment. In between Sullivan and Shelburne is where we're seeing the radar rotation here. And I'll let me get our rotation right here. And that's what we're going to be monitoring. Looks like it will stay just to the north of Sullivan. We're still watching the camera there as well. But that's going to be moving toward Cass. Likely will stay to the southwest of Jasonville. But that is the rotation that also has a radar hook. So we're seeing it right there. Wouldn't be shocked if we get into a situation where we may have, you know, a funnel cloud developing as well. I'll try to give you some landmarks. So that's going to be on the northern side of the Sullivan County Park, or the Lake Sullivan. It's going to be on the hook's on the northern side of Lake Sullivan near East County Road 300 North. Just east and near Medley's Hardware Store, if you're familiar with that, if you're watching us there. That's where the hook is. There's Campbell Corner. Get a little bit closer here. There's Campbell Corner. There's 350 North. and there's Lake Sullivan. So there's the northern portion of Lake Sullivan. There's downtown Sullivan. This thing is moving almost to the east and southeast. That's the way we think it's going to move. So if that holds true, this may stay just to the north of Sullivan, but it's over the lake right now. Not seeing anything in NWS chat. I know they're monitoring it as well, as we are. And then we've got additional thunderstorms. So we'll watch. And, earlier today.
Looks like that cell over Brown County may be starting to pick up a little bit of minor rotation.
And I tell you, if we, and it's going to be on the southern side of this line, not the northern. It's going to be on the southern side. And so we've got a couple of other cells too. I don't have my lightning turned on, but we know these are storms. These are, so let's look at the radar velocity. Not seeing anything that jumps off, but some wind potential. Anything on radar this evening will have wind potential, but definitely is going to have very, very heavy rain. So that one's over Brown County State Park. There's Lake Monroe. It's on the northern section of the lake there. Southern section is dry right now. Downtown, it looks like this is getting on the south side of Bloomington. There's Broadview. This is going to be near the Monroe County Airport down there. There's Hoosier Acres. I mean, we're talking about a deluge. Tell you what, let's get a Bloomington camera.
Well, let me do this. If they're able to switch to the chroma key at Weather 1 again while Sean resets, I want to answer a couple of questions that we had pop up earlier on the stream. I know you're watching on the stream. I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis alongside meteorologist Sean Ash. Just kind of wanted to reset a couple of things here. These are the storms that we're tracking. One severe thunderstorm here. This one's going to be in place, I believe, until 7:45. National Weather Service continues with that one. But outside of that, someone asked, hey, can we show what's going to be happening later this evening? Futurecast it. Well, this is the area that we're concerned with the severe threat. But really, it's not as much the severe threat except in the short term. Gusty winds, an isolated tornado, or a hail threat. This is the big concern. It's this flooding threat, especially into parts of central Illinois. But I think we're going to see this spill over from Terre Haute to Bloomington, maybe even over into Columbus. The biggest threat is going to be farther in the western part of the state, but there is that flood watch that's in place. Now, someone said, hey, can you futurecast it? Let me show you our Future Track 13. These are the storms that are rolling through currently, but notice how they're moving over the same area, even through early morning. I think by the early morning hours we're done with this, but we could see another batch of these storms develop as we look into maybe even tomorrow afternoon and evening. We may be doing this again tomorrow, not necessarily in the same locations, but producing some pretty heavy rain. Now through overnight is our biggest concern. There is a severe storm threat with gusty winds and isolated tornadoes, but really this is what we want to drive home to you. And speaking of driving, make sure you are turning around, not drowning when it comes to flooded roadways, especially as we pass sunset tonight. After 9:30, you're not going to be able to see how much water is covering the road or if there is even a road there. Nighttime flooding can be extremely dangerous, as we've seen with a lot of the national stories recently. Turn around, don't drown, as we mentioned. So, Sean, I'm going to hand things back to you. I know you're talking about Bloomington and some of the cameras there. What are you looking at for us? Yeah, and I've got one dialed up here. Let me get on NDOT2 here. So this is Bloomington, and we'll wait and see how this thing is going to evolve as we move into the next 15. They're able to pop over. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there you go, partner. Thank you. And hang tight. So you can see the base of that storm that's coming into Monroe County. Well, it's over parts of Monroe County. That particular camera we're looking east. Okay, just to give you a gauge of where we're talking about. And that's over 69. That's I-69 in Bloomington, looking east. So giving you a vantage point of the storm that's moving through Monroe County here. All right. Severe thunderstorm watch includes Monroe County, includes Brown County, includes Columbus, and then we've got this mass of storms that's in Illinois and creeping into southwestern Indiana, Sullivan County, and entering Greene County. If you're watching us there in Linton, if you're watching in Bloomfield, this is moving toward you. And when I say it's moving toward you, we're talking about a combination of very intense rainfall, and there is the chance
as we continue to monitor, and there's still rotation there, that's moving across Lake Sullivan. Let me circle it for you. That red and green next to each other. So it's right here. This is what we're addressing. That is what's moving toward the very slowly, excuse me, very slowly east and southeast, cutting across Lake Sullivan right now. Nothing confirmed right now, but that's what we're a little monitoring rather closely. And let me get you the camera there in Sullivan that's about to get into some rainfall. This is looking south. So we're actually looking away from the storm. I wish we could take that camera and turn it the other direction. Yeah. We don't have that power, brother, but if we did, that would certainly give us a much different and more beneficial vantage point of the storm that's to the north and just northeast of downtown Sullivan.
Yeah, that for those that don't know, we have the ability to access the in-dot
cameras. That's it, yes.
But we don't have the ability to pan, tilt, zoom the in-dot cameras. That is left because they are their cameras and they need to be able to adjust that.
Yep. All right, let's get it back to Rob.
If we're able to pop back over to the chroma key to do that real quick, let's do that and show you. I just want to reset here. I always like to kind of take you back out the view because I know sometimes we look in real close, and that's exactly what we're doing to analyze the radar to see what areas bear watching the most. If you're in Indianapolis, things are quiet right now. What you're seeing show up, this kind of blue shade, that's this kind of noise in the radar, that's just a little bit of what we call ground clutter. There are no storms right now in the Indy metro. There are a couple of batches of rain farther to the west that we'll watch, and as Sean mentioned, there's a couple of areas to the north that almost a little line that was stretched across maybe parts of Muncie earlier where we had some storms roll through Delaware County. These have been producing some minor rotation. There have been a couple of funnel cloud reports here, some concerns for the possibility of land spouts, which would be a weak version of a tornado, but not necessarily the same processes that go along with the tornadic storms that we're talking about that developed a little farther to the west into Illinois and then farther to the east that's now still moving through Cincinnati where there's already we've already seen some tornado warnings being issued here. Those are going to continue as this now moves south and east of Cincinnati, south and west of Cincinnati. I mentioned earlier, if you're heading on 74, just know that you're probably going to need to take it easy if you're going to be moving through that 275 loop that runs around the south and west side of Cincinnati. The biggest concern in the short term is severe threat. After that, the longer term threat getting into the overnight tonight is going to be the possibility of very, very heavy rain producing some flooding. Flash flooding and flooding is an interesting scenario. It's a kind of a lumbering beast. It's slow to develop, and by the time it happens, it's there because all of the rain kind of comes down at one time. You don't get reports of it, and then all of a sudden you hear the reports of the flooding. Unfortunately, that can be a little bit, it can catch some folks off guard. We don't want that to happen to you. We want to make sure that you know if you're in these areas, especially from Bloomington over to, say, Sullivan, over to Columbus as well, where we're watching that heavy rain. These areas are going to be dealing with more heavy rain through tonight. Let me kind of do a little bit of a radar look around Columbus because a couple of folks mentioned that on the Facebook stream. I know some of you are watching from Facebook. Some of you may be watching on some of our other outlets. Some of you are watching on WTHR+. This is live. The time is now just shy of 7:30, and we are doing live weather coverage here, not because there are significant strong storms rolling through. We do have the one severe thunderstorm warning here for Sullivan County through 7:45, but because we're alerting you to the fact that storms are going to be continuing to develop tonight, and the concern is there for the severe thunderstorm, which is why this area of yellow highlight is here. That's the severe thunderstorm watch, but also the real concern is going to be the flooding threat. Those storms moving through Bloomington right now that Sean has been mentioning. We also talked about the lightning threat over Lake Monroe. You know, it's 7:30, so most of the boaters have probably tried to move in off of the lake, but you know, there's always folks that try to take advantage of the last 2 hours of daylight because it's still about 2 hours before the sun sets officially, and this is moving across the lake. Now, hopefully, when thunder roars, they've gone indoors. Of course, it does take you a little bit of time to get the boat off the lake and to get indoors. That's why boating is one of the most dangerous recreational activities out there. Very close to, say, golfing for folks that are struck by lightning. This is one of the bigger concerns. Boating is actually a more significant concern than golfing or some of the other outdoor activities. And Sean mentioned this lightning that was moving through. Look at the lightning strikes. If anything, Sean, I think we're seeing more lightning strikes now than just within the last maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so. So for Brown County, for Monroe County, this is a storm that bears watching. I have not seen too much when it comes to rotation for that, but I'm going to toss it back to Sean to see if he has any new information. Also keeping our eye on this storm farther to the west. Looks like that one may be continuing to show a little bit of rotation there just from the reflectivity. But Sean, what are you seeing from your end?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to do something here. I just want to, sometimes I like to show a kind of a radar animation. This is a 1 hour loop. And the reason we do this is so we can look for trends. One thing I want to point out, you get close to the metro area and points to the north, the atmosphere is not nearly as unstable. Now, does that mean we're going to completely dodge downpours or even thunderstorms? Right now, we can't take that off the table. We feel much more confident when you get south of I-70, southwest of I-74, that this zone from near Terre Haute, Jasonville, Linton, Lagodi, Bedford, Bloomington, you're seeing what's happening right now, and Seymour and Brownstown, and then south. This whole zone in the next 2 to 3 hours, we will start to get more and more flash flooding warnings here. Now, in the short term, and we're starting to see that cell that's near Sullivan make what we call a little bit of a right turn. And as a result, it's causing the radar to hook. And what we mean by that is that that hook is wrapping around, and let me circle it for you here so you can see what we're talking about. This is wrapping around the circulation, okay? It's not crazy tight. Could something happen real quickly? That is a possibility. It would not surprise me. Let me show you the radar velocities here, and that's exactly where we were circling it. So again, this whole broad rotation is very slowly moving over Lake Sullivan as we speak. And I can tell you that the cloud bases today, and you probably have noticed that in the last several days, they are extremely low, almost on the ground. True tropical air that we have over us right now. And because of that, it won't take a whole lot. Now, in terms of the radar, so we're using the Evansville radar, and at this particular distance from the radar site, that beam height is roughly about 4,100 feet. So unfortunately, we're showing you this rotation at 4,100 feet. We can't show you what's happening much lower than that with the radar at this point. So that's what we're staring down. This is the radar from Indianapolis, and that's roughly around 5,000 feet. So again, we know at those particular levels there's a little bit of spin going on, but we can't get a real bird's eye view, and that's why we were, again, we've mentioned that Sullivan camera, Rob. Man, I wish we could turn that sucker to the north to give us a better
and I'll
shot.
tell you, if you could zoom back into that, speak to this a little bit, because there's a couple of bright pixels that have shown up, and they're really close together there. It's sometimes hard when you're looking at this data, especially when you're that high above the ground, to differentiate between what's noise and what's a true pixel value.
And that's true too. And then so what we try to do in that particular situation is with something that we call shear rate or rotation detector. It takes a lot of that noise and cleans it up a bit. And so even if we don't have, say, tornadic wind, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. And so there's 60 mile per hour wind potential. Hopefully folks got off of Lake Sullivan. I assume they have. That would be the last place I would want to be right now with all the lightning that's around. So when we use this shear rate product, and we get a little bit closer, so you start to see these brighter greens, and if you see red pixels on that, sometime we can't guarantee, but if we get red pixels on here, you see where it says strong there on the legend, then there's oftentimes we will get some wind damage. And so that is, you can see that hook. There's no doubt. We've got a hook right there. So we want you, if you're in Switz City and in Linton, in Greene County, you should be watching this storm. You're not under a warning right now. That could change And I wish we could tell you exactly how this storm is going to behave in the coming hour. We just can't. Right now we know it does have a hook, and that hook has been a bit persistent here. We'll go back, and in fact, I would argue the hook's getting more defined, Rob.
Yeah, and that was my big concern. Yeah. When you showed the storm relative velocities, there were a couple of pixels there, almost lined up directly underneath that.
Yeah, and so I'll take you back. So here's 7 o'clock, and then watch as this hook develops. See that? So there you go.
We're at the point now to where would not be surprised if that tornado warning pops off here very shortly.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all. So,
yeah, right in there.
There you go.
There's those two bright pixels.
Yeah, so this is the Indy radar site. Let me we'll pixel query here. So so that's in terms of shear. That's what we're looking at. Is it very strong rotation? It's not, but it only takes a little bit in this environment. We saw it last week. Heck, we had a tornado that touched down in less than 1 minute.
There's the new scan too.
So there's the new scans coming in. Now that's the Indy radar. Let me go to Evansville. Evansville just slightly lower beam height.
It is problematic because we're what, almost a mile up.
Yeah. So either way, that in addition to the wind potential, let me just do this. Let's do rain rate. Well, even if we do this is just 3 hours. So this is just a 3-hour total here.
Unfortunately, I think over the next 3 hours, we'll probably see significantly more rain.
Yeah, I mean, so then 3 hours, we've had 2 inches. I would argue that the majority of that probably fell in about 60 minutes. That's how it's looking. The radar, and we can do this. These are rain. These are rainfall. These update very frequently. Now, I want to point out, you're not going to have, this thing's not going to sit over you you're not going to have 7 inches an hour rain rate for a whole hour. But even if you slice that in half, we're talking probably 3 inches per hour rain rates. And that would jive, in my opinion, with the way things are lining up, and as we've been analyzing the atmosphere all day. I mean, this is very, when we say tropical, I mean the air is saturated from the surface to way up in the atmosphere, way up. So these are going to be very efficient rain-making storms. And I've had more than one person, Rob, the last couple of days say it's when they get caught in some of these storms, it's some of the heaviest rain that they've ever encountered here. So.
Yeah, and the storms that we're tracking here, and boy, I see what you're looking at there. Let me bring it to the chroma key and talk a little bit about that, because I think that's going to be our concern over the next hour or so. Sean has done a great job of talking about, and by the way, we're starting to see some of the flood warnings just exactly for the locations that Sean was pointing out, some of the flood warnings. You'll see the green outline pop up here towards the end of this for the heavy rain. What Sean's been talking about with the rotation here, again, I think we're continuing to see this hook. The tornadic concern is there, but farther back behind that, this line of storms, it's only getting stronger and it's only getting more expansive in its geographic coverage. Look at the number of lightning strikes that we're seeing here. We can actually put a number to that. I want to put that on the screen for you. We're talking 400 lightning strikes, over 400, just from this cell, just from this one cell that is now starting to turn into this line of severe thunderstorms. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service now includes all the way to the state line here, this entire line. What will likely happen now is that as this crosses the line, not only will we see this severe thunderstorm warning, in addition to the flood advisory, flood warning. Let me actually query that to see which it has in place right now. There's a lot going on my screen, so let me remove that. Let me actually stop the radar. We know that this is continuing to advance, so I just want to go with what's happening right now. But there is that flood, the flood issuance that's happening right now because of all of the heavy rain. And by the way, these are going to be this aerial flood advisory that's in place. It's going to be in place through later tonight because the rain is likely going to only continue through at least, I'd say, 9 or 10 o'clock. But we may even see this continue past midnight or so. This will probably be extended farther to the south. Now, will that whole thing race across the area? How much of the area will it cover when we're looking at Bloomington, where the storms are still developing? Could we get even more storms on top of that? These storms haven't moved very much either in parts of Monroe County. They're sitting over the lake, Sean. This may be where we start to see our next flood concern happen here. Let me go to the radar, just put on some of the flood products here, because this too is, I would say, probably approaching the 1 to 2 inch range here. Yeah, we're starting to see some of the greens, which are just past maybe around 1 inch or so. I'll take this off. In fact, let me remove the lightning threat there as well, just to get that off of the map, just because when we're zoomed in pretty close, sometimes that can be a little bit overpowering when you have such strong storms. But we're going to watch these areas to see if, because they're not moving very much, we may start to get another area of some extreme flooding happening here, like what we're seeing farther to the west. Now, keep in mind, I am using the Indianapolis radar. Because of that, we don't have the higher rainfall totals that we're looking at, but still, even the Indy radar is estimating that as much as 2 inches of rain has fallen here. And if we go to some of the other radars, Sean has been using the Evansville radar. I'll go to that one and just show you basically what he had on there earlier, also showing 2 inches of 2 inches of rain from that radar. So we're getting multiple confirmations that that's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. I also want to do this. I want to go to the Central Illinois radar and use their rainfall product, because it's probably going to pick up even more, because this is where the storms came from, and farther to the west, they're going to continue to show 2-inch piles of rain, areas of rain, and they've got more storms that could develop. So the takeaway here is that while we are watching the possibility of severe storms and flooding, there's going to be kind of a window here for both of those to occur. Within, I'd say, the next hour or so, the severe threat will stay with us and the flooding threat will be materializing as long as those areas of heavy rain continue. Very quickly, before I toss things back to Sean to see if he has anything new, I just want to go back to the radar. I know a lot of times we're zoomed in on some of these areas with the heavy rain, but you may want to say, okay, well, what's happening in Indianapolis? Right now, it's pretty quiet in Indy. Most of the metro is quiet. I know you see some of these blue colors on the radar here. That's just ground clutter. Sometimes the radar can pick up things like insects, and it does give us a little bit of this noise in the radar, but we know that that is not rain that's falling. Closer to the, say, Lafayette area and points to the north and west, there are a couple of showers that are coming down, maybe some heavier downpours at times, but it's really this area to the south that we're watching. The cluster of thunderstorms that's moving in across the state line from Illinois, a cluster of thunderstorms across Monroe and Brown County, and another cluster of thunderstorms that's approaching, say, Cincinnati, that's pushing through the Cincinnati area. I think this entire line will fill in, Sean, and will sit ever so slowly, producing more and more and more rain.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, and that just ups the, the concern level for flash flooding. And I think it's, sometimes we do the severe weather threat map, and you'll say, hey, well, you tell you it's on a 1 to 5 scale. Well, the flash flooding map is on a 1 to 4 scale, and this storm complex that's entering the the southwestern part of the state, or it's been there, on the 1 to 4 scale, I'd put it as a 3. And we're gonna get flash flooding. We fully believe that. We'll be south of the metro area. Bloomington very much in play, and this includes Sullivan, this includes Greene County, this includes Lawrence County, Jackson County. We're going to have a period of time here before midnight, so developing here very quickly, where we're going to get to a flood situation. You can see the radar sequence. This is a 1-hour lapse. We'll dive in here, and let me take off the lightning. We know these are big lightning producers. But and Rob addressed this too. Unfortunately, there's something going on in the atmosphere called backbuilding. And what that means is that the storms, the line kind of expands eastward, but it's being fed in a fashion that new cells, new towers start to form in a west to northwest fashion. We're seeing that happen over Monroe County. And that, again, will up the odds of us getting flooding there. Even if we don't get true flash flooding, we're going to get flooding. I mean, these rain rates are going to be, I don't want to say off the charts, but they're going to be exceptionally high based on the atmospheric environment that's in place. And what we mean by that, precipitable water values are as high as they get around here. And so that gives us extra confidence when we look at the radar, knowing the juice that these cells have to work with. Unfortunately, our camera in Sullivan, maybe it was knocked offline. That one still looks like it's down. I will show you the camera there in Bloomington. Now, when you see this, again, this camera is looking east. So it's looking east, but the camera itself is obviously north of the storm line that is just dropping big time rain. We'll get in a little bit closer. So there you go. So there's Bloomington. And then as we look down, so there's Lake Monroe, just getting absolutely pelted with very heavy rain rates. This extends over into Brown County, at least the southern portion of. Downtown Nashville is missing this. The state park is not. I know a lot of folks are camping this time of year, so we have to watch that too. And then as we expand, right now Columbus, this axis is just to your south. Let's take the radar, let's go back an hour, just so we can see the trend here for Bartholomew County. So again, that looks like it's going to be more of this particular part of the storm axis is going to be more southern Bartholomew versus the northern section. And then,
there's at least some movement in that. It does appear to be drifting a little bit to the south.
Yeah, the concern will be the kind of the west to east orientation, right?
Yeah.
And then here's a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Sullivan County, a little sliver of Clay and Greene counties here. We're not noticing, the hook is not, it's just not as prominent. So there's going to be some good and there's going to be some bad to that.
A little bit of a notch there that kind of shows up, but definitely not as well defined.
Yeah, it's not as well defined. So
look at what's moving across the state line, though.
The good part of this is that, hey, maybe we're going to lose the rotation. The bad part is we're now getting into what we call a bow.
Yeah.
And I'll show you briefly what I mean by that. So this is wind that's bowing east. So that's going to up the odds there of seeing severe wind gust.
Just south of Hudsonville, it appeared there was a little bit of a brief. Every now and then we get those spin ups, along the line.
Yeah, let's get a little closer on that. Let's.
That's the biggest concern, I think, now. Even though we lose those hook signatures, we're going to have these little bumps in the line.
Yeah, we'll look for that. So it's a combo of lines, and then so we clean up the radar a little bit. And then this is starting to take on a bow feature as well on our rotation detector. I would rather call it just wind shear detector, honestly, because we're going to get into some more straight line wind. The bottom line is this is going to be for Sullivan County, potential of 60 broad area, not just a little bit. The whole county is in play for 60 mile per hour wind as this thing blows into the county there. And then as we expand the radar back out, Rob, the good news is for the metro area, of course, the Northsiders got clobbered yesterday. Yeah. I know some folks in the metro saying, where's all this rain you're talking about? I tell you what, man, parts of Hamilton County and Boone and
even today.
Madison counties, so the metro is going to be missed by the bulk of this.
Yeah.
But we need you to be weather aware, and we'll kind of follow this bad boy as it starts to take that drift toward the east-southeast.
I want to pick up on something you talked about a little bit earlier. You were talking about the threat levels. Let's go back to the chroma key and talk about that. We mentioned the severe threat, and a lot of times Sean was talking about, we have this criteria of what we expect on a storm threat of 1 to 5. We're at about a 2 today for the southern area that we've been tracking. And that's pretty consistent with what we're seeing. Gusty winds, there's a couple of areas of rotation that we're tracking. You're used to this. We often show you this. Threat level 1 to 5, we're at about a 2 today. High winds are the concern. Couldn't rule out a tornado threat. Really haven't seen much in the way of a hail threat, but we'll leave it at the low category. This is the concern. It's the flooding threat. Now, in the short term, Sean and I can watch the radar, and things are a little bit more dynamic, and it does make sense to be on here live. Once we get into the flooding threat, it's a much more slow-moving, kind of lumbering beast. It's just watching the rainfall totals and the radar rates go up. This is what Sean was talking about, though, with the flash flood risk on a scale of 1 to 4. And he said it, right here into central Illinois, this is where we'd be at about a level 3, a moderate risk of flash flooding. But as we're seeing, this is now all spilling over into parts of Indiana and those same areas that we're watching that very, very heavy rain. There's an aerial flood watch that's in place. There are also a couple of areas where we're seeing some flood warnings that are being issued because of that heavy rain. Advisories, we're going to see flood advisories, flood warnings, and likely some flash flood warnings through the course of the next several hours or so from those that area of very heavy rain. A couple of folks asked for this, so I'm going to show it very briefly. Just the fact that we're expecting the southern area to deal with shower and storm after heavy downpour, probably through early morning. I think by early morning we may use up all of the energy in the atmosphere, but there's so much moisture in the atmosphere. Even if we lose the instability, it's not going to take much to squeeze out that much rain from what we're looking at here. So very quickly, let me just go back and put my radar back on just so we can do a little bit of tracking here of what we're looking at because I want to kind of take a look at a couple of things in a broader view. Sean's been talking about how things are pretty quiet in the metro right now, and they are. We have had some areas that we've been talking about, some of the heavy rain that's going to be coming down. This is the line that we're tracking and still watching the next batch of severe thunderstorms. Sean, while I've been kind of taking folks through that, I'm wondering if you're seeing any areas of new rotation or any areas that we're concerned, more specifically, this batch that's about to cross the state line, because that was packing quite a punch when we looked at it just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I think it's more of a broad deal here, Rob, versus, you know, what we were talking about, some of the little spin-ups.
Yeah.
I think it's just more of a broad wind field now as this thing spreads out. And honestly, I haven't seen anything in terms of wind velocity on radar that we haven't seen yet this season, or let me.
It's a little messy. It's a little messy.
It is, and and as I look back into Illinois, I'm not seeing a whole lot of wind reports. So that's the good news. That is certainly good news. Let's hope that holds. And thus far, haven't seen a lot of flooding reports just yet. Now that is obviously subject to change, but in terms of spin with this thing, thankfully we're not seeing that anymore.
We may be in that transition time frame that we were talking
And
about.
I think that's exactly what I was about to get to. Yeah, I think this is now morphing into super soaker. It was already doing that, but it's going to be more. And then your bar graph was spot on. The flooding is up here, the wind is kind of here, and then down in this space. I do want to let me take the radar back out to what we call the oh boy. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's go back to the home perspective, and then I'm going to do a future track 13. So you can, and again, this is a model, and I'll be very frank with you. The modeling has been subpar in terms of handling. But I do want to show you, just so we can get a take.
And that's not uncommon when we're in these type of convective
Now,
situations.
this particular run has done a better job of at least what we call initializing. So it has a pretty decent idea on the location of this complex. Well, let me go back here. Stand by with me. Boy. Let me see if I can get us back. Yeah, stand by. So here's the regional radar. Let's go back to future track. And so then watch as we play. Well, let me grab grab this clicker here, partner. Let's see if this is going to work for me. Being a little bit finicky. Bear with me, friends. All right, so here you go. So now we're playing through time. I guess what I'm trying to show you here is the metro in terms, I think the severe threat for the metro is very minimal. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have thunderstorms tonight, or even if we could have a burst of downpours. So this is at midnight, and I think it has a decent handle on the speed and the area that we would be more concerned with for flooding, and that's going to be from near Terre Haute to near Bloomington, Columbus, and then down toward the Ohio River. Okay, and then the bulk of the action is done, if not at midnight, very, very soon after. And then we get into tomorrow morning's commute, and again, this atmosphere is so saturated, and you've been outside today, you know what we're talking about. It doesn't take a lot to create new downpours, and we may have a few tomorrow morning. But in terms of the severe weather, it would be between now and midnight, and primarily where you're seeing it right now in this zone here. That's where the severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. But in terms of what we're seeing with at this time on the radar, Rob, you know, yeah, a few pockets of gustier wind is certainly in play, but for at least my eye, I think flooding is, you know, the much more bigger story here.
And logistically, you know, flooding, unless we have video or cameras to show you, it's not going to be something that we can really do wall-to-wall coverage for. It just doesn't allow itself that type of coverage because it's a much more, especially since we're getting into the hours where we're talking about, you know, overnight. If they're able to go to weather 1 back at the chroma key, let's see if we can pop that up, because I want to mention one thing. While Sean was talking, National Weather Service did issue this severe thunderstorm watch, but also this special weather statement here. That's this little box. Now, what is the difference here? National Weather Service does that when this is below the severe criteria. When we're talking about severe thunderstorms, we're talking about storms that are either producing hail the size of quarters or that are producing gusty winds over 58 miles per hour. But if it's lower than that, they still want to give folks a little bit of a heads up, and that's what they've done here. Storm could be producing gusts as high as 40 miles per hour, but it's also producing some extremely heavy rain, and even watching it a little bit earlier. And I have been looking at some of the quotes, some of the messages on our Facebook live stream. So a couple of folks were asking about the hooks in both the Sullivan storm, or the storm that had moved through Sullivan, the Linton area now. Then also this one. We're still seeing that, but as Sean was quick to point out, you know, we're kind of getting out of this severe threat and going to use up a lot of that severe energy and turn this into more of a heavy rain threat. And I think we're right at that cusp. Having said that, very quickly, I do just want to take a look and see what is rotating at the moment. I'm going to use the Indianapolis radar for this. I know Sean's been using the Evansville radar, but for this particular cell, we need to use the Indianapolis radar because that's the one that's the closest. There is some broad rotation here, which is what we're seeing in these kind of reds and green colors together. Let me just remove some of this stuff from the screen. Getting in a little bit closer, this is very close to Lake Monroe. Now, this is different from your standard reflectivity where it shows how much rain is falling. What this is denoting is that there's a little bit of wind moving toward the radar, a little bit of wind moving away from the radar. The radar is up in Indy, so this implies a circulation here. It's very broad. Now, earlier we were tracking that same type of circulation farther to the west, so let me go there. This is a much more muddled radar appearance that we're looking at here. I'm going to back this up in just a moment and show you where we were concerned about some of the rotation here. But I'm really not seeing that. Sean said the same thing. We're just really not seeing that type of circulation. You know, when this were April 2nd, we were tracking the storms roll through. We had these very well-defined supercell thunderstorms that had extremely easy to detect rotation, very strong rotation, almost textbook-like. That's not what we're looking at here. The atmosphere is changing a little bit this evening as we're looking at less of a severe thunderstorm threat and starting to transition into a little bit more of a flooding threat. Farther to the west, though, I am seeing that they did issue a tornado warning just to the north and west of Effingham here we're looking at. This is over into central Illinois. I just wanted to keep that in mind, that we are still in an atmosphere that could produce some rotation, so we will have to watch these. And from the radar in central Illinois, we should be able to see what they're picking up here. I'm just curious to see how much rotation is still left in the atmosphere. And yeah, there is a little bit of rotation here. Look at this couplet. We talked about the couplets earlier. This is what we're looking at. The National Weather Service here is showing that this is a tighter rotation than what we were seeing, say, over Bloomington or approaching Linton. This is what we don't want to see into parts of Indiana. And as I set this into motion here, we'll go back, say, the last 30 minutes or so, you're probably going to see that rotation tighten up a bit. And that's why the National Weather Service, once it tightens up and you see those reds and greens get really close together, that's when the National Weather Service issues the tornado warning. We are not seeing that in the areas that we've been watching, either in the Monroe and Brown County storms or in this area approaching Linton here. Someone asked on our Facebook live stream, what's happening with this storm? Well, it's certainly holding together when it comes to the heavy rain and the possibility of gusty winds, but I'm not seeing the rotation that maybe we were tracking just a little bit longer. There's still a little bit of some gusty winds, maybe some minor rotation there, but not what we were looking at a little bit earlier. I'm going to switch the radar back to Indy since I'm going over to the Monroe County storm just to see if it picks it up a little bit better in the previous loop. This one was showing some rotation a little bit earlier. It's very weak. It's right there. The latest scan that just came in, it's almost falling apart, but the storm itself is still holding together with a lot of very heavy rain. And keep in mind, this is about a 30-minute loop. So these same areas, I mean, especially right along the northern side of Lake Monroe, it's been dealing with heavy rain for at least a half hour. And that means that the rainfall is likely going to be approaching maybe as much as 2 inches of rain here. I'll put this to the latest version. Yeah, in fact, I'll zoom in a little bit closer, and there's just a couple of pixels here where we are starting to see the 2-inch mark show up from Clear Creek all the way down to the north side of Lake Monroe. There are some areas that are already seeing 2 inches of rain. Sean, you told me at one point you'd gotten so good at looking at some of these rainfall rates that you could tell when the National Weather Service was going to be issuing a flash flood warning based on some of these rainfall rates, because once you kind of get into that sweet spot over a short amount of time, it's almost inevitable that they have to say that rain has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
There you go. We just got it. I was about to point out this. So this tool here, in my years of experience with this particular product, is almost a bullseye for flash flood warnings. And voila, there is a flash flood warning that's been issued. Let me just clean this up a little bit. Stand by.
I remember you telling me about this product, and that's why I mentioned it, because I knew we'd be using it tonight.
Yeah, and let me give you the exact time. So this goes until 11 o'clock. It does not include, at least right now, I think that's going to change, is it does not include the city of Sullivan. And why that's key is that if you're in Sullivan, your phone is not going to go off. If you're in Shelburne, if you're in Fairbanks, your phone is going to go off. And that is for these very intense rain rates that we're getting. And so again, let's go back to, the bulk of this is, it says it's for the past 3 hours. The bulk of that's probably in an hour and a half. So these are very, very heavy rain rates. And based on the way the radar looks to me, is what will happen here is this, this flash flood zone, you can almost just extend it out this way. So this will eventually get flash flood warnings for Greene County. I know some areas there, I haven't had much at all this evening. We're going to get an extension of these flash flood warnings.
I don't have my mic on, but you said it when you first got here, that flash flood warnings were going to be
Yeah, and you were showing that cell over in Illinois. Obviously, it had very tight rotation with it. There was also, I was looking in the Central Illinois chat, National Weather Service chat room. There's also, they've got some chasers on that, and it did have a tightening funnel cloud, which gave them a little more confidence to issue the tornado warning. So, but back to our task at hand here locally. I've had oftentimes I find this helpful. So I'm going to draw a line here, and near this line, south of that line, will be the most likely area for severe weather. North of that line, we can't completely take you off the table, but the odds of us having severe thunderstorms in the metro area are pretty low, in my opinion. This is the main axis right now. Axis for severe thunderstorm potential. And then obviously, as we've tried to do our best to address over the last several days, that the flash flooding, in terms of the threats that would impact the most people, it was going to be that. So flooding rainfall, again, south of that line, near that line. So what does all that mean? So, if you're in Fishers, you're in Zionsville, you're probably, you're okay. Are you going to have a thunderstorm or a downpour tonight? It's a possibility. It's not necessarily likely, but this will be our focal point. And this includes Bloomington, though the firing line right now looks like it's just to the south of Bloomington. Southern Brown County, Bedford, Brownstown, Seymour, you're in line, and we've been trying to tell you in Greene County, you need to be watching this complex to the north because it's moving your way. This thing is going to be, over the next 2 hours, we're just going to see a big expansion of this flash flood warning zone. And so again, remember, flash flood warnings, provided that you have your phone allowed to go off, it will trigger your phone. You'll hear it. We recommend that because that's how you save lives.
Especially as we get into the overnight.
Absolutely.
Overnight, it's going to be critical.
Please, if you're in this zone down here, Bloomfield, Bedford, Mitchell, please keep your phone, please allow it to get those alerts tonight for these potential for flash flooding.
And the one thing I've been noticing too, Sean, while you've been talking, I'll go back to the key and kind of point this out because what I've been looking at, in addition to what, while you've been talking about those areas kind of south of really that line that you drew, but there's a couple of areas where the storms are starting to fill in a bit. In areas where we were saying, okay, you're going to watch this area move your way, now we're seeing even more storms fill that in. And because of that, these areas are going to receive even more rain than if they were just awaiting this batch of rain to move through. And unfortunately, there's going to come a coverage scenario where there's not necessarily any severe weather happening, and it's not going to be changing as dynamically. That Sean and I are going to be able to track this for you kind of minute by minute like we've been doing with some of these stronger cells, just because things won't be changing that quickly, except that we'll just be watching the radar fill in and more rain's coming down, and probably a continuation of all of these flash flood warnings that continue to pop up. We do still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in play, but I think Sean said it. The flash flood warnings probably just going to continue moving to the east. In parts of Monroe County, maybe over to Brown County, they may have got a jump start on some of the heavier rain here. But only more rain is going to happen. I think this is going to continue through about midnight. Now, obviously, we're not going to be here covering that midnight. This may be a situation where keep it here on WTHR Plus or keep it on Facebook. I know some of you are watching on the stream, and we'll provide you with frequent updates as far as any new scenarios. Also, as we approach the overnight hours, we're not going to be able to see very much. We've got a few very limited number of cameras here, and we'll have some reports, but overall it's going to be very difficult to tell a story of what's happening in the short term unless we have definitive information of what's happening. This is why we're alerting you early in the scenario. From Bloomington, south of Bloomington, southern Monroe County, and southern Brown County, filling all of this in over to Bloomfield, and then eventually over to the very strong storm that's now approaching that has the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place until 8:30, as well as the flashing flash flood warning. That's what you're seeing pop up there from, say, just north of Cass over to Fairbanks, Shelburne to Jasonville. We're going to see more and more of this rain continue to move to the east. You see the update from the radar, but I'm going to set it through about 15 minutes or so you can see that. Look at these areas that are dealing with heavy rain, and they continue to see heavy rain fall down. This line is starting to push out ahead of this. From the Evansville radar, we may be able to get a good idea of some of the gusty winds that are approaching, but as we mentioned, the wind flow around this thing, it's going to be much more broad. They've continued to expand the severe thunderstorm warnings. You see a new one that just popped up there. Behind that, this kind of overall yellow shade that you see, that's the severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to go until much later for tonight. I think Sean mentioned that the threat for severe thunderstorms is probably going to be changed up. We're going to see that removed from our concern earlier than the watch will expire. So the watch, I think, goes until 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. I'll put it on the board here just so we can see it. Yeah, it'll go, until 1 a.m. But we're probably going to see that severe threat end up being removed before 1 a.m. for sure, as this changes from that severe threat to much more of a flooding threat. Still watching that tornado warning that's ongoing in central parts of Illinois. As far as locally, we're going to switch back to our radar just to give you an update. If you are in Indianapolis, the severe threat, as Sean said, is probably on the lower side. I wouldn't rule out an isolated thunderstorm still popping up. In fact, we're seeing a couple of those on radar, even north and west of the city. Here, very slowly drifting to the south and east. But really, the bullseye is to the south, Sean. This is where we're continuing to see this fill in. And I kind of just said this for coverage sake. At a certain point, once the severe threat goes down, we're not going to really be able to track the flooding threat for hours because it's kind of a slow moving storm system.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, as you mentioned here, that is the concern here is going to be this elongated area of flood potential. I do want to show you a couple cameras. Boy, it's interesting that camera, boy, that NDOT camera in Sullivan just, oh, I guess it does have a little bit of rain on it. I'm going to show you this camera again. Keep in mind, this one in Sullivan, looking south, so we're not really looking toward the storm. Let me show you the different one I have. This is in Vigo County. Let me get rid of. But you can see some rain there. So parts of Vigo County right now are getting super soaked. Southern part of the county, very, very heavy rain, versus you go north and it's a completely different ball game there. That is, and I-70 on this one is probably going to be the cutoff zone as we go toward the next several hours. So again, we're going to show you the radar, put it in motion once again. That is not just so you're aware, that's what we call a special weather statement. That's kind of a precursor sometimes to a severe thunderstorm warning. Now I do want to dive into this cell here that's over Monroe County.
That's the one that had some minor rotation.
And it still does. And it still had, in my opinion, we're going to zoom in a little closer here. So there's Lake Monroe. Let me circle this. So this would be the area. It's broad rotation, okay? So we got broad rotation that is moving east and southeast. So eventually it's moving away from Lake Monroe. But that'll be, you know, we have to watch we've got to watch the southern side of these cells, because if we get rotation, that's where it's going to be. It's not going to be on the north, it's going to be on the south, and so that's going to be the area of concern, right? And we know it's raining super heavy. The heaviest rain now is to the south of Bloomington, but based on where this is, let me give you a gauge here. So let's get back to our product there. So there's Guthrie, and there's Chapel Hill, there's Fairfax. So this is going to be near the Fairfax State Recreation Area.
And Sean, just for a little bit of perspective, I
Yeah.
was thinking about this. You know, you and I are doing wall-to-wall coverage here on WTHR Plus, and people may be tuning in on Facebook Live and thinking, "Hey, what's going on? You know, what do I need to be aware of? Is this another tornado outbreak like we saw earlier this season?"
Yeah, and thankfully the answer to that, no, it is not. We are, I don't want to say looking for a needle in a haystack, because we can look at these velocity images and we can find it, but we are trying to just find little potential areas that could create a quick, I hate to call them a quick spin up, but in reality, these would more than likely, if we were to see something actually touch the ground, it would be very brief in nature based on this atmospheric setup. But that's our job, as we're trying to do. So we know that there is still a little spin potential. It's not crazy. It's just that it's so doggone moist in the atmosphere, and the cloud bases are really, really low. It doesn't take a whole lot. So that's why we're trying to, you know, watch closely. This complex that's upstream of Bloomington, we've addressed it as much as we can. It does have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for it. Those are going to expand a little bit. We have not had a lot of wind reports. But you can see that flood zone, that flashing polygon. That's the flash flood warning that's going with this. And those rain rates are definitely going to exceed 2 inches per hour. So that'll do the trick. This thing will get expanded. I expect we will get in parts of Greene County will be next. Greene County is going to get into a flash flood warning, and this will, let's just put the lapse on for you. Let's just lapse this for the last hour so you can see for yourself here how this thing is moving.
And Sean, since you're over there on Weather 4, can you pop up that Sullivan camera again? I just noticed there's a lot of lightning showing up on that camera. I can see it out of the corner of my eye over here.
Yeah, there's a little different. So now we're kind of getting into the belly of the storm, if you will. And so it'll be interesting to watch this camera. It's moving a little bit, but it'll be interesting to watch. And there's the lightning strikes. But it'll be interesting to see how this, how quickly the ponding will occur now that Sullivan is starting to get a little more in the mix of that particular storm complex. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Sullivan County, by the way. That goes until 8, let's go present time. That goes until 8:30, okay? So here's the camera, there's Sullivan that we talked about. And there's the flash flood warning. That green polygon, that's the flash flood warning. Now that may get extended farther south, by the way. Either way, very, very intense rain rates. Let's put our shear rate product on here, Rob. Again, the overall wind field with this thing is not, you know, there's not a whole lot on there that basically says, hey, we're definitely getting wind damage out of this. Some of our events, we knew, we could see it. With this, yeah, you know, the likelihood of wind damage is probably on the lower side of some of the events that we've had.
And the other thing I've been watching, and I'll go to the key and again point this out, is that we are looking at some of the areas that have produced some of the heaviest rain, especially here farther to the south, say in Monroe County. Earlier I talked about the northern part of Monroe County was picking up as much, the northern part of Lake Monroe had picked up already as much as, say, 2 inches of rain here. But now what we're starting to see, and I'm encouraged by this is drifting a little further to the south. And I know that seems like it's finding a needle in a haystack, as Sean was saying, but you really look for those trends, because what you don't want is this, the area of red on this map, to line up with what we're seeing on our rainfall product when we talk about how much rain has already fallen. I showed you this a little bit earlier. We had a couple of spots that were showing up with 2 inches of rain, and right now, most of the heaviest rain is falling here. This is why it's filling in on this rainfall map. In fact, I think there's a new warning, a new advisory that just came out. There's a new flood advisory that just popped up there. I'm going to go to that and show you the new information that may have been up a little bit earlier. Sean, you may have covered that new aerial flood advisory that's in place until 11:15. But we at least are seeing some of this move quite a bit and seeing some of the same scenarios farther to the west. That area that Sean was tracking here, I mean, you can clearly see where the heaviest rain has fallen, but at least it's falling in some slightly different locations. I'm actually encouraged by that a bit, that we're not seeing the heaviest of the rain stay in the exact same location. Even if you get about a 30-minute to an hour break in between some of the heaviest rain, sure, the overall effect will still be for flooding, but it may not be that significant flash flooding that we see so oftentimes when you have 2 to 4 inches of rainfall in very, very short amount of time. We're talking about an hour or so. That's one of the things that we're going to be tracking. Very quickly, let me switch back to the regular form of the radar that you're used to seeing. And the reason I want to do that is because I just want to reset here and just show you what we're tracking. If you're watching us on Facebook Live or you're watching us on WTHR+, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis alongside meteorologist Sean Ash. The reason we're bringing you live coverage here, and it is just after 8:18 here in the evening on Sunday night, is because we do have a concern for some flash flooding farther to the south, and there is a concern also for severe thunderstorms. The severe thunderstorm risk is going down. The flash flooding risk is going up. So we are in a transition between some of the really strong storms that are moving through, and I'll set the radar into motion here just so you can see it. We'll look at this actually in the last 30 minutes or so, and then I'll remove that. This cell is going to keep pushing through, and if there's a break between that cell and the next one that rolls through, every little bit will certainly help. What we're concerned about is that line is going to continue producing heavy rain. We may see some flash flooding continue. We already have one warning that's been produced. If you're in Indianapolis, you have a chance for storms overnight, but we really think the severe threat and the flash flooding threat is going to stay to your south for the most part. Now, getting into tomorrow, we may have another round of storms that develop, and that's a whole different scenario that we will cover then. But know that the chance for storms is going to continue through tonight, especially south of Indy, and into tomorrow. There are a couple of storms that we've been tracking north of Indy here. This had a concern for maybe a few funnel clouds earlier, but really this is, for the most part, falling apart. Wouldn't surprise me if this continues drifting to the south, maybe brings Lebanon a chance for some showers, even a rumble of thunder over the next couple of hours. But as we've been telling you all night, the main focus is going to be in the southern area, and the main concern overnight is going to be flash flooding. Still a severe thunderstorm chance in the short term, but the longer term threat is for the flash flooding. There is a tornado threat farther to the east, just south and east of Cincinnati. They've had that tornado warning in place for quite a while. And then we've watched this storm that moved through Effingham here. It did produce a tornado warning. As that cell continued pushing to the east, they have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning. We still have this cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings with this batch that's been rolling through. And as Sean has been mentioning, this flashing green box that you see, that's the flash flood warning. That may continue. We may see a lot more of those as time goes on. The next concern is going to be how much of this rain is continuing to fall in Monroe County, even parts of Brown County, and how much of this will continue to fill in. Sean, it's getting to the point now to where I think we're just going to be watching the rainfall rates at this point. Haven't had any reports come in that I have seen, unless you've seen anything, but we are starting to watch those cameras fill up with rain and a lot of lightning. I'm seeing them out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, and that's kind of our theme here, partner. We'll show you the NDOT cam. So this is near Terre Haute. You can see how things are getting dark over there. I did have someone tweet me Clear Creek in Bloomington.
That's where we were seeing that 2 inches of rain on
Yes,
the radar estimate.
Yeah, and that is very prone to flooding, by the way. And then here is this is in Sullivan now, so which is in the core of, let me get rid of my bar there. So that's in the core of that storm. And it's just a massive rain producer. So that, you know, you're going to get flooding in Sullivan. You're going to get flooding quickly here in. Let me switch gears. Stand by.
Somebody asked a good question here. I'm looking at the Facebook live stream. And by the way, thank you to all of you that are looking at our Facebook Live. In addition to what you're showing there, Sean, someone asked this question. I think it's something that we've been talking about. Would the fact that Bloomington just got a heavy downpour, would that stabilize the atmosphere so that the incoming storm would weaken a bit before it gets here?
Yeah, so what's going to happen and what we want to do in this particular case, and I guess the short answer is yes. Gradually over time, this heavy storm axis is going to ever so slightly drift south and southeast. Does not mean you're done with downpours in Bloomington, but it definitely means, and based on radar trends, and so you can see the core of the lightning with that complex, by the way. So yeah, that thing right now, and this is, we're getting into what we call a path of least resistance, meaning the storms are looking for the most unstable air, which is going to make them easier to rise and continue to thrive. And where it has rained, that's like running into a brick wall for them. So they're going to say, the storms are going to be like, no, let's go south, because down there the air hasn't been used up, and these things are going to continue to be robust. So real narrow window there in Bloomington. It's going to be a really close call. I still think we need to watch out for some more downpours. But in terms of the severe wind, based on the radar trends, it looks to me that the core of the wind field with this complex that's now over Sullivan, that's now about to slam into Linton, that will stay to the southwest of Bloomington. And we say southwest of Bloomington, but not necessarily Monroe County. And so there's a difference there. The southern part of Monroe County is still very much in play for additional heavy rain and flooding. And and you can see what's happening to the southwest of Bloomington there. And then let's stop the radar real quickly. I just want to examine the wind field real quick here, Rob. Let's just put on the velocities. Yeah. So. Let me just take the warnings off. I'm just going to do a real quick pixel query. So again, the radar, now mind you, this is at 5,100 feet. Let me switch over to the Evansville radar, which is probably going to give us a little bit of a different view.
Yeah, the thing that you know, the issue is the storm direction based on where the radar is.
And that is, yeah, exactly. So bottom line, and we haven't had a whole lot of wind reports. We just haven't, which is good. The downpours of rain, the heavy rain is going to be the big key here, and the intense lightning as well with that complex. So again, if you're just tuning in, Rob and I we're about almost at 8:30 here. You know, I'll draw my line again. I like to do this. Sometimes people are kind of coming in the middle.
Illustration.
Yeah, you know, that line right there is our demarcation. North of that, severe show. You know, you might have a downpour tonight, but everything is going to be near and especially south of that line, especially south. This thing is going to be becoming more of a, you know, you folks in Bedford, Seymour, you're in it right now, got more on the way, and we've been trying to give you as much heads up as possible there in Greene County that this was coming your way. Expect, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, Rob, that goes until 8:45. That includes Linton, potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind, by the way.
From that bow, you can see the bow that's coming through.
Yeah, let's address that here. You know, let's take there's a whole lot going on, friends. But yeah, what Rob was saying, this is the bow, and that means it's, in order for it to take on that configuration, it takes strong wind from the backside to literally make it bow out like a bow and arrow, and it's pointing in that direction. So all of the southern portion there of Greene County may have a little bit higher odds of getting some wind.
I noticed on your NDOT2 over there, all of the trucks that are traveling, all of the vehicles I don't know if you were able to pull up NDOT2.
Oh, sorry.
NDOT1, I'm
yeah,
sorry, whichever one you didn't just,
yep.
They all have their emergency flashers on.
Yep, and that's looking east. So that's 70 there near National Avenue. This is near Terre Haute. You know
They're
what?
probably coming through the storm.
Yeah, let's hang tight. I'm gonna take that camera. I'm gonna reposition it. See,
it's been every single.
So this one's gonna be south of Terre Haute. That one's not gonna pop up, is it?
You give it a moment. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay on some of those.
That particular one, for some reason, does not want to work. So this is south of Terre Haute. The earlier one was west.
Oh, okay.
So this is looking toward the east. Now, again, the main storm line is just south of town, just south, not by much. In fact, but that's why that other camera, it's weird. South of Terre Haute is in a little gap, but then as we go west, this is what we come up with. West has a stronger cell, and that's why we're getting some of these views. This is the rest park there. Eastbound, I don't know if that one's going to pop up for me. At any rate, this is all within this heavy storm that's caused that bow shape that we're talking about.
Yeah, one of the things I want to do at the Chroma Key here is do a little bit of a dive into some of the storms that are redeveloping a little farther to the north. So let me talk about what's been happening just a little bit farther to the north of where some of the storms have been that we've been tracking. And the reason that is a little bit of a concern is because earlier, and it may just be because I said it, earlier I said that, hey, look, at least the heaviest of the storms here, let me get my tilt to make sure that it's not tilting anymore. Some of the heaviest storms have been drifting to the south of where the heaviest rains have been falling. So that's good news, just spread out the rain a bit. But now what we're starting to see is a few of these storms are developing farther to the north. Now, am I concerned about severe weather when I'm tracking these? Yes, but we're not seeing that. What I'm concerned about is these not moving very quickly and producing some heavy rain. So Morgantown, just to your south, there's a cell that's developed. It is producing a good bit of heavy rain. If it continues to hold here, we may start to see some flooding concerns there, but I still think the better chance is farther to the south. We're starting to see these redevelop a little bit closer to, say, east of Nineveh here. We're talking south and east of Franklin, right along Interstate 65. And then one of the other things that I noticed, south and east of Columbus, where the storms have really been ongoing for the past hour or so, especially south and east of North Vernon here, I've been noticing that this area has been receiving a lot of heavy rain and it has not moved very much. I think, Sean, this is going to be our next contender for the next flash flood warning.
I don't want to giggle on this, but you're reading my mind, partner. And the reason I say that, I was putting that product together, and there you go.
Okay.
As I was putting the product together, that stuck out like a sore thumb. So what we have now is a flood advisory. So this will be the precursor. Based on this, there's like this signature, this radar signature that I've seen with this particular product, usually leads me to believe, yes, we're going to get into a flash flood warning. 3-inch.
Where are we locating? For those that may not know exactly where
So this is Jennings County. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Okay. All right. There's Columbus. There's Bloomington. And by the way, Bloomington, there's a little sliver there. But that one definitely, you can see the one that's flashing over in the west side. That's Sullivan, that flash flood warning. But when we do we're getting into 3-inch per hour rain rates. 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates. So, and as you mentioned, let me put the reflectivity back on, and let's go back an hour to show you how this is trended.
It just sits there.
So it's the trend, and that's what's worrisome, right there. Yep. So it's almost like it's back building to the northwest. There's more. So you look northwest, and you can see there's more to come. So I guess what we're trying to tell you there, North Vernon, heads up, flood advisory now. Could be changed, could be upgraded to a flash flood warning. And then I also want to focus on Lake Monroe. So we go back in time here. That's a special weather statement, by the way. That wasn't a severe thunderstorm warning. But as we play through time, looks like there's a little more back building as well. So we got the flood advisory. That southern portion could be upgraded to a flash flood warning as well. As we look at, let's go back to my heavy rain product. So it's got a kind of a bullseye there over Lake Monroe. So it is something that we'll definitely monitor. Either way, definitely getting just absolutely crushed with some big rain rates here. And this is just a big wall of water and wind that's going into Greene County right now. The severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for Sullivan, but it is continuing for Greene County. As Rob pointed out, this is this bow feature that's from Linton heading toward Newberry. So that's moving your way here.
I've been impressed with how well that product has predicted where the National Weather Service is.
It's wild. I've kind of followed that particular product for the last probably 5 years, and usually when I see that type of signature on it, I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to get into at some point some sort of flooding, either a flood advisory or a flash flood warning. Obviously, flash flood warnings, it elevates the situation a little bit. So we're looking at Sullivan. We mentioned the warning is over. I'll just show you quickly with the camera that we have there in Sullivan. The rain is not as heavy as it was. It makes sense based on the bow now is moving into, boy, I wish we had a camera in Linton, because, man, Linton is getting crushed right now, heading toward Lyons. There's Swit City. We gave you the early heads up on that, moving your way. It's going to go right down 231.
Which radar is that you're using?
I'm using Evansville right now. A little closer inspection. We can switch it over to
I wonder if that Linton area would show from the Indy radar just because of the orientation of it. Well, you can see a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So what Rob is looking for here, and we try to find sometimes on what we call. Let's zoom back out. So we zoom out a little bit. And so here is the bow. Sometimes so remember we talked about, takes the wind to bow it out. Sometimes on the apex of the bow, it can create just enough wind where we can get some spin. And those, you want to talk about trying to find a needle, those can happen very quickly.
Yeah.
But that is near Linton. So let's look at our shear rate product, not showing real tight, but that's something that we'll have to watch there, partner.
And someone on our stream had asked about that. They asked in the Facebook live chat, hey, is the tornado threat for Linton done?
Yeah.
And I don't think the tornado threat is high. It's there, something we'll watch, but I'm really concerned about those gusty winds that are about to move through the southern part of Linton. Very quickly, if we're able to, while we're continuing to watch that severe threat, if we're able to go back to the key, I just want to hit on a couple of things. Again, if you're joining us, it's just past 8:34 here. We're tracking the possibility of severe storms, mainly south of Indianapolis and the southern half of the state, but really the flash flooding concern is a big concern for tonight. I showed these maps a little bit earlier, but it had been a while, so I wanted to go back through them. Now, the severe threat is mainly from Indy and down to, say, Louisville and in this area. It's exactly where we're seeing that strong thunderstorm roll through south of Terre Haute and approaching Bloomington. Probably going to continue to see the gusty wind threat here over the next hour as this gets a little bit closer to Bloomington. The biggest concern will be gusty winds within the severe storms. The tornado threat is on the lower side, but something we're keeping our eye on, and we haven't really seen any reports of hail, so we'll keep that in the low category. The flooding threat, though, is going to be high, especially for those areas along that line, south of that line that Sean had been drawing. For this flooding threat, it's much higher. We were kind of at a level 2 of 5 in the severe threat, but when it comes to the flash flood risk, of the 4 categories that the Weather Prediction Center puts out, they've put a level 3 here for parts of central Illinois, and that will spill over into Indiana with that concern for flooding. There's a flood watch that's going to be in place. Now, this isn't until 8 p.m. tonight. That's tomorrow night. So not only are we concerned about these storms affecting us tonight, the flooding ongoing tonight through early morning, but we may pick up another round of storms. Many locations over the past several days have received a lot of heavy rain. It's been hit and miss. Sometimes it's north of Indy, sometimes it's south of Indy, sometimes it's the north side of Indy. And I think this trend is going to continue until we get a couple of days to dry out by, let's say, Monday or Tuesday, Sean. But in the meantime, you can see all of the flood advisories popping up to the south, and going to continue to see that flooding concern there as well.
Yeah. So the flooding continues here. Again, north, the show's over. Going into the weekend, we tried to stress a couple of things, trying to specifically time out these storm complexes / clusters was going to be very challenging because sometimes it becomes a domino effect. Exactly where they were going to track was also going to be a challenge, something that we knew going into the weekend, and both of those kind of proved right. Yeah, so we had a handle on today. You could start to see after we had that first batch push through, then we had some gap, and then all of us were looking toward Illinois for the redevelopment here. So we've got flash flood warnings, we've got all kinds of flood advisories, and then I'm going to get in close here. Linton getting smashed right now with very, very heavy rain, and also the potential.
Someone in Linton just said it's absolutely coming down in Linton.
There
Holy
you go.
cow.
Yeah.
Jaden. Thank you, Jaden. If you're
Yeah, and for sure. And let's do. Here's these are rain rates on the dual pole radar. So let's do. That might be a little elevated. I mean, look, I think 3 to 4 inches per hour is very fair game. Let me go back to the other product that I prefer to use, and we'll see. This is, I think what's going to happen here, this product takes a little longer to update, but I think what's going to happen is that this is going to get expanded into the south here. But we are going to see very intense. So this is 3-hour rain accumulation, and as we continue to get updates on this, let's look and see what we've got here. So that area, I mean, at minimum, that's an inch an hour, but a lot of that happened in shorter order than that. But near Linton, very close to Linton here, let me take off the pixel query. So we're talking Greene County, right there near Summit. Get some landmarks for the folks. So this is going to be just to the west of State Road 54 and just west of the Wendy's and Save-A-Lot there in town of Linton. Let me circle this. And this is moving that way. This is not a tornado or anything, but there's a little tightening of rotation in an area that we would expect it. So it's possible, even if we didn't get a true tornado, could we get a little wind action there? There's a This is going to be not too far from the Greene County Shrine Club there. And this is going to be moving toward, probably just go just south of town there, but it's going to cross over Main Street perhaps, and then cross over 59 and pass over perhaps the Lake Harvey vacation rental site there. This, again, could spin up or could create just some wind enhancement there. But the whole area, look at that. I mean, that's very, very heavy rain that is just blasting the town right now, just blasting. Heading toward Lyons. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for the majority of Greene County continues until 8:45. Want to do a little more inspection too, a little farther to the east. Bloomington, at least right now, it's just getting to most of it's in southern Monroe County there. Southern Monroe, getting into Lawrence and into Jackson County.
Hey, Sean, I noticed a couple of things that I want to point out at the key again.
Yeah.
East of what you were talking there in Linton, as you were inspecting that, I was watching a couple of other things. If they're able to pull up the chroma key, I see our director. If you could do it for me, Sean, give me a little bit close, just east of Linton. There's another cell that's developing. There do appear to be a couple of areas of rotation there.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. So we're going to get in. We're going to get in close here on Linton. Once again, we'll try to find a couple of areas. I'm going to put on the shear rate product, and there's actually several different pockets of wind potential, but let's put on the storm relative velocity. Let me just take these polygons off for a second here too.
It's so many warnings.
There's a lot going. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. There's a couple of different pocket potential, if you will. So right here, and then near Linton, and then it'll be interesting when we get the well.
Oh, there's the new scan.
There's the new scan. So now we're talking just south of town there. So.
Our director, by the way, was asking for Sean. This is really more for Sean. I know some of you are watching here on the stream, but if we need to do a cut-in on air, and my thinking is at this point, no.
Yeah, negative on that right now.
I would agree, but if we do get into a situation where there's a tornado warning,
yes,
we'll pause here, we'll cut in on air, and we'll be simulcasting on both.
Yeah, so I'm circling the area, Rob, there. So that's near County Road 100. Well, let me just hang with me here. I'll zoom in real quick. Take off the, there's 100 West. There's State Road 59. Again, the whole county pretty much getting hit with the heavy rain. But there's 100 South. So there's a lot of where this is right now is over a lot of farm land, a lot of rural area. Let's hope this doesn't, touch down or anything like that. There's still a big broad wind field. We know that for sure. That's why they got the warning, but it's just something that we'll have to monitor closely, partner.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if our director is back in the booth. He was coming here and mentioning a couple of things to me. Yes, thank you for that, Collins, doing a great job in there.
Absolutely.
This is what I wanted to point out, and I might have been using a different radar to see this, but there is this little appendage here that looks somewhat like a hook. I'm going to stop the radar and go to the storm relative velocity again. I'm going to use the Indianapolis radar because I think that's the closest one. There were a couple of areas right in there. Yeah, that's what I was looking at right there. Now this is going to be south of Interstate 69. This is going to be near Hobbyville here. I want to put this into motion for the last 15 minutes just to see if this is a blip on the radar literally that's been showing up, or if there has been some rotation here that's been continuing. No, I think that's actually some genuine rotation there, Sean. I don't know if you're kind of looking at the same thing. It's relatively weak, but there's enough that it had me concerned, especially considering that when you take where that is located right now, we're talking about this is going to be south and west of Bloomington, and you put that where the current kind of that little hook signature, that little appendage was, they are overlapping. So as I set that, it is right in that little pocket. And that's what had me a bit of concern. I don't know that the National Weather Service is necessarily going to do anything with that, as weak as it is at the moment, but what they may do is they may issue another one of those special weather statements for the possibility of maybe some funnel clouds here and there. Doesn't look like it's anything major at this point. Keep in mind, this is out of where the severe thunderstorms are currently, and this is about a county over. We're looking south here really right along 69 at this point. Let me get in a little bit closer. This is going to be moving, if it does move, it's going to be moving very east, very slowly east, maybe closer to Guthrie. I think I saw Hobbyville pop up here. It's an area that I'm not too familiar with, but just close to 69. There's a little bit of a curvature here, and in the velocity we can really pick up where we were looking at. If I'm able to do the hand tracking there, it doesn't want to show up for me. There it is. So there's that little bit of rotation that we're looking at, and that may have moved since the last update there. Let me see if I can pull that up again. So what we look for are these two areas of red and green very close to each other, and what you want is bright areas of red and green to imply the circulation. If it's kind of on the weaker side like we're seeing there, it's a very broad or a very weak rotation, and I hope it stays that way. But as meteorologists, we keep our eye on anytime we see those two kind of close together in the right configuration, especially when you take that and you couple it with what we were seeing on the standard radar view that we were just using, the reflectivity, the one that you're so used to seeing where it shows the rain. Now that's a new scan that just came in, so before I hit the regular radar, still some broad rotation, but it's not as tight as it was a little bit earlier, and going to the other standard radar view, still a little bit of perhaps that kind of hook signature. Popcorn, I've never heard of that town, but there's what it is showing up on the map, Popcorn, Indiana. And this would be south and west of Clear Creek. Now, good news is for Linton, where we were tracking a little bit earlier, Sean, it looks like things may be improving, but the part of the storm ahead of that, it's going to be interesting to see how this, which is not moving very quickly, interacts with that kind of bow echo line that's pushing through, because this is not really picking up any amount of steam. What I'm concerned about here is there may be a little bit of rotation, and when the two interact, could we get some boundary level interaction? It's something that we're going to continue to watch. Again, this is the true definition of when we are kind of needle in a haystack looking through the radar, but because we want to keep folks aware of it, we try to do that.
Yeah, and I was just looking at some of the rain totals here, at least the radar estimated rain totals, and just kind of letting folks know if you're in the Indy metro area, severe show is over. Still a few downpours in play, certainly a possibility. Everything is focused, and it started to show that this afternoon, way more storm energy south and southwest of I-74. And so that's what's going on at this hour here. And as Rob was mentioning, we were looking at we're just trying to find if there's any chance within these storm clusters of a couple of areas where we might get a quick spin. They're not real strong, thankfully. Flooding is definitely much more likely, for sure. Flood is going to be the big, these downpours are going to continue here. We've already got one area of flash flood warning for Sullivan County, continues until 11 o'clock. We have numerous flood advisories. I suspect we will get more of those. I'll tell you what, let's do a radar 1 hour on this, just so we can see the radar trends. Couple of things to point out. You can see that axis it's slow, but there is some southern progress to it. And then you can see the bow. Now another thing that concerns me as well for this area that's getting hit from Greene County that now is moving into Bedford is let's look to the west and northwest. Okay, I'm going to put on the Lincoln, Illinois radar. So we still have a rain train, a heavy rain and storm train. Now, what's interesting, and this is not terribly uncommon, but some of those storms in south central Illinois they may actually go more south than they do southeast, because again, they're going to really search out the most unstable there, and what's ahead of them now is being used up by the current storms. We were thinking between the time we came on till roughly around midnight, and it still appears to us that timeline is likely going to hold. But that means we still have, another 3 hours, give or take here, where we're going to have some, pockets of intense rain in areas that have been hit pretty hard within the last couple of hours here. So we got to continue to watch out for the flood potential there in these little areas where we could see some spin there, Rob.
Yeah, so I just was looking at our Facebook Live, and again, if you're watching us, if you're tuning in either on WTHR Plus or you're watching us on Facebook Live, want to let you know kind of what's going on. Resetting here, it's just around 8:50, maybe just before that, just after 8:49. You are watching live coverage. Myself, meteorologist Robb Ellis, as well as meteorologist Sean Ash. What we're doing is we're just trying to get you through the severe aspect of this, but we really think the flooding aspect is going to continue overnight. That's a much more slow-moving watch of the radar, and we're not likely going to be giving wall-to-wall coverage like we are right now. We just want to get you through this severe thunderstorm warning. If any new severe thunderstorm warnings pop up, we'll continue to cover that. We still have the flash flood warning that's in place until 11 p.m., and we may see additional new warnings that pop up. But I think once this severe thunderstorm warning expires, our chance to give you wall-to-wall coverage is going to likely change over to more of a radar view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to our assignment desk right now. I'm literally talking to you, Rob, and say, hey, once we get off of the coverage here from our severe coverage, when we see the severe threat, the immediate threat has diminished, and this becomes much more of a rainfall risk of heavy rain and flooding. Of course, if we have new pertinent information, we're going to continue to go back live on the stream here and bring you that information. But I think at some point we'll switch over to a live radar so you can continue to watch what's happening, watch where the storms are located. And what you want to watch out for is this flashing green box that will show you that that's where we have flash flood warnings that are ongoing. Just a quick note, we do still have some flood advisories. Flood advisory for Dearborn County until 11:30. A flood advisory here for Jennings County. This also includes farther to the south. That's going to go until 11:30, by the way. And then we have an additional one here for Monroe County until 11:15. So more of these may pop up as we get more and more heavy rain, and also look at some of the storms that are starting to fill in north of this line. Now, as Sean said, the severe threat is likely minimal for this. The atmosphere has been worked over. It also didn't recover from the heavy rain that came through earlier and the cloud cover that stayed in place. The temperatures didn't warm up quite as much here, but farther to the south it did, and we're going to continue to watch this. Again, as long as there are severe thunderstorms, we're going to continue to be here on the stream, but I think at some point we're going to need to wind down that coverage and turn this into a radar scenario where we watch how much heavy rain has fallen. Of course, if there's any pertinent, immediate information, we're going to continue to bring that to you. I just wanted to let viewers know that, Sean, so that also our assignment desk as well as our director can have an idea of what's going to be happening with our coverage here as we approach the 11 o'clock hour later tonight, which is when we will have our next live.
Yeah, and I think that's, look, that's a good call. I mean, that's the beauty of the stream, and that's why we love it, because we can do things like this. We're on the stream. We know the people that want the information, that need the information. That's why we're here. We are not interrupting Channel 13 coverage, and it gives us a chance to, stay on top of it and keep as many people as aware of the situation as possible, because these are impactful storms regardless if they're putting severe wind down or not. And speaking of that, and let me just double check that I make sure I have the right. I want to make sure that I'm not missing any. But Rob, have you seen any severe? I haven't seen any severe wind reports, which is good.
I haven't seen any that come across the National Weather Service.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So again, we still have technically a severe thunderstorm warning. It's more toward the pockets of heavy rain. I will tell you this: the flash flood warning continues for Sullivan County. That's technically until 11 a.m. Let's do a 1 hour lapse on that radar. And let me take the lightning off of this, just so you can see how things are drifting. So the worst, so what's going on? These complexes, they'll use up all the what we call potential storm energy. So we let them use that, and once it gets used up, boom, it's done. And so that's what you're seeing now over Sullivan County. That thing is racing through Greene County now, and going to be blasting even farther south. Going to get into Martin, parts of Lawrence County here. Bloomington, you're not done. Again, you're not done with downpours and storms. And there's still some energy down here until we can completely use it up. There's going to be just enough to where we're going to still see some additional thunderstorms. Flooding easily is much more likely to impact you them versus wind. So that's, and then as we look a little farther to the north, metro area points to the north here. It's just pockets of, well, spotty. Let's just call it very spotty rain. And don't be surprised, you know, overnight, metro area, if you hear a downpour, but in terms of severe weather, that threat is done. Everything is in this zone right here between now and midnight. It looks like we did get a new
severe.
severe. Let me, let's go to current time there, Rob. And that's going to be, yeah, we just mentioned Martin, Greene, little sliver there of Lawrence County. That will go until 9:30, and that'll be for potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind.
Hey, Sean, one of the things that I noticed, and when they come back to the other map here, when they come back to the chroma key, you'll see it on the screen, and it's this kind of flashing flash flood warning. I notice on our weather 3, and when we leave here, we're going to go back to weather 3. I believe that's how Rob, our assignment desk folks, are going to do it. I notice it's the different shading. I don't know if that needs to be adjusted. I think it just might need to be restarted there with the program so that it flashes. I just want folks to really be aware of these tonight, because once we get out of the severe threat, once we're no longer dealing with these severe thunderstorms that are moving through, we want you to know that this is what is the most concern when it comes to flooding for tonight. Flash flood warnings. It means that there's been a lot of rain that's happened in a short amount of time, and it may come over the roadways. It may swell the creeks and streams, the valleys there, and that's really where our concern is going to be, probably through at least midnight tonight once the severe threat has gone down. One of the other things that I've been watching, and I'm very quickly going to zoom in and do a couple of things here, is that there's a couple of cells that are redeveloping and even producing a lot of lightning. Let me put the lightning back on so you can see what we're looking at here, because one of these cells, especially the one that's moving south of Spencer, this has been a good clue. Wow, really, look at all of the lightning here in this cell. This has been a good clue as to where the strongest of the storms have been. Doesn't necessarily directly correlate to the stronger the storm or the stronger the rotation, the more lightning that you see, but it can give you a good idea of whether or not these storms are increasing in intensity or decreasing in intensity. And what I've been noticing with this cell here that's just about to move south of Spencer is that it has been at least producing some heavy rain. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a couple of small areas of some small hail here, although hail really hasn't been reported too many times tonight. And there's also that additional lightning. So if you're in Spencer, know that you're going to have this quick deluge come through. Hopefully that you'll get a break after that. You don't want to see this sit over one location. What I like to see of this is that it is moving. And I believe I put this on a 30-minute loop. Let me actually go out, let me see if that 30-minute loop is going to continue to show it moving to the east, because as long as we've got movement with these, yeah, that's a little bit of a longer loop. As long as we've got movement, that will negate or at least diminish the flash flooding threat. If we can keep these moving, that would be good news. This cell, look at all of the lightning right now that's ongoing south of Bloomington. Here's Bloomington, here's Bedford. This is where that severe thunderstorm warning is located. That severe thunderstorm is mainly for this bow echo that Sean has been talking about, but also I said that one of these cells here was a little bit of minor rotation that we were going to keep our eye on, starting to see a little bit of redevelopment here. And what we don't want to have happen is think that the rain and the storms are over when this moves through, because the severe threat may diminish, but then we get these pockets of heavy rain that may continue to redevelop. And if anything, we're starting to see those develop a little farther to the north than maybe what we were thinking a little bit earlier. Very quickly, I want to go into this one cell that's producing so much lightning here. In fact, I'm going to put on our lightning counter just from that one cell to see how many lightning strikes that we've been dealing with. You see the live counter there. And notice as the time goes on, this number goes up and then it comes back down. So the storm was strengthening and then the storm was weakening a little bit. As long as we kind of have it all within the same frame, that's a good point of reference. Earlier there was that little bit of a slight hook on the end of this. I was talking about the possibility of some rotation. I want to look at that very quickly just because it has me concerned. The storm has been holding together. I want to take the lightning off now because it's going to obscure what I'm looking at as far as the data. There's that area of rotation. You see it dissipates almost completely. It was moving through, it was moving through, it was moving through, and then the last frame here it's pretty much done. Meanwhile, farther to the west, we don't get a good view of it from the Indianapolis radar, but this is where the strongest of the winds are coming through, and they're likely going to move across the area here. Just noticing a couple of other things that popped up. There may be a couple of areas of some minor rotation still within that. The same one that went through Linton earlier, but overall, rotation not as much of a concern, and we still just have this one severe thunderstorm warning that remains in play right now. And that one's going to continue. For some reason, my banner doesn't want to go away. Let me do it off camera real quick just so I can get that off the screen there. And Sean, if you had any new information, feel free to pass that along as well from what you're seeing.
Yeah, no, I think, this might be a best case scenario in terms of.
Agreed.
We're not going to get a bunch of wind out of this, which is good. And it does appear it's getting a little more unorganized, if you will. It's not a solid, not a massive bow. It's more narrow in nature, but still some very intense rain rates that are ongoing right now, for sure. And the heaviest blasting through Bloomfield, getting in there near Crane Naval Base. And that's, moving into Martin and that eastern section there of Greene County as this thing bows out. But to date, we haven't had any severe wind reports out of this, at least not right now. We'll see if that changes. Sometimes the reports can be a little delayed in nature. Take the lightning off. I'm going to take the radar. We're going to just go back here in time. Let me zoom the radar back out a little bit. Let's go see. It's always good to kind of see the movement. And again, this thing is drifting ever so slowly to the south. The axis is. Now, if you're in southern Morgan, southern Johnson, it's still possible you could have a downpour, rumble of thunder. The severe axis, however, is definitely south now. South of this line. Take this line and we'll get back into Illinois. It's right through here. This is it. Everywhere south of that, that includes Bedford, that includes Seymour. And then Linton, the worst is over for you. You still may have some flooding issues, but the worst of the wind is over for you right now. And speaking of wind, let's just get in here a little bit. We'll dive in to see if make sure we're not, we don't have anything that's popping, trying to spin. Not really noticing anything that's screaming out to me right now, but we definitely have the flood issues with the areas of flooding that have happened here. These are the storm totals, radar estimate, and they're going to be pretty true. So these are just storm totals. The majority of this has happened tonight. You can see what's happened. We did get some video out of Clear Creek from earlier. In fact, hang tight. I've got a Twitter friend of mine that's down there, and I'm going to pop his video up. Yeah, so that's his video. You can see Clear Creek. It did not take long at all to get that to get out of its bank here. Now, thankfully, as we look back at the radar, and there's the radar estimates for Clear Creek. Let's show you what's going on with the radar now. So there's a little gap in the action. It's not like it's been a steady, consistent rain over Monroe County, but we got another downpour that's about to move in. That's over Spencer. This will add to the totals. Got the rumbles of thunder. But yeah, we're definitely transitioning here. We get that one bow that's moving, that's now east of Linton. And then that, I think, in terms of wind, if we're going to get it, and we haven't gotten it yet, Rob, but that's where it's probably going to come from, that thing bowing out there near the Crane Naval Base.
Yeah, and one of the things that people are asking, and I'm taking the moment to kind of talk to some of our internal folks, but as well as some of the viewers, we're doing a lot of streaming right now for what is a relatively, it's not a hugely impactful or large-scale event. And I think it maybe bears a little bit of kind of chatting about, kind of why we're doing that. One, we're providing you this coverage. That's what we can do on WTHR Plus. but also because we want to update folks that it's going to be more of a flooding threat overnight. Once we get into that flooding threat, you likely won't see this long form coverage that we're doing right now.
Yeah, and look, I mean, and you may see more of this, by the way. You know, especially on a weekend when we know people are out and we know that we've had the threat for severe weather. Yeah, we're not saying this is the end of the world, you know, but we're just doing our best to try to provide coverage in a format that's not interrupting anyone's, Channel 13 viewing. So this should be the best of both worlds, my friend, right? Allows us to do what we love to do. I mean, we love weather, and so yeah, we're just trying to keep folks, safe as possible. This is definitely if you go back and think about all the events that we have had, this is not going to be in the top 5 of events that we've had this very, very stormy season here. But still impactful storms. We know that we're getting close to sunset here, but we definitely know that folks on a Sunday evening are out trying to do some things, and we're just trying to keep as many folks alert as possible. Can't stress it enough. Get north of this line, there's no severe threat. Might have a few downpours, but we still have some areas within our coverage zones that are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 9:30.
And I think as long as we have that severe thunderstorm warning, Sean, we're going to stay on the air with this. We're going to at least stay on the stream with this. Let me clarify that. After we get the severe thunderstorm threat to die down, there's really not much additional coverage that we can show you because, one, it's overnight. It's going to be very dark. Traffic cameras aren't really going to illustrate the what's happening, and also it's like watching snowfall coverage. They're just watching the numbers get higher and higher and higher. We don't want to see a lot of heavy rain. One thing that I did want to dive in and talk about is this one severe thunderstorm warning that we do have. Now, what I'm showing you right here is the radar from Indianapolis. Sean did this a little bit earlier, and it really kind of keyed into my head that perhaps maybe we need to explain why we're not seeing the strongest winds with this from our radar perspective. What I'm going to show you is I'm going to switch over to what we call our storm relative velocity. We use this a lot of times in tornado coverage. We've been using it tonight a lot to try to find out where the rotation is. But this is also a good tool just for seeing how strong the winds are. Now, nothing really stands out here, but the problem, and Sean did a really good job of illustrating this, the problem is that when you look at these bow echoes, the one that's pushing through, that's caused this severe thunderstorm warning, we talk about the winds pushing out ahead of this, and let me kind of use this blue color because I think that'll stand out the best. Sean said we've got the winds kind of pushing out in this direction. This is what we're looking at, these winds pushing this area of heavy rain out ahead of it. In both of these scenarios and these lines of storms, these two arrows are showing where the wind is blowing. That's how strong the wind is in this direction. The problem is the radar beam is coming from Indianapolis, and it's not getting the right direction to impact these winds. What you want is those winds coming directly at the radar beam. Unfortunately, you're getting this at almost a perpendicular view of the winds. You can't really see it. It's like when a car is going down, going down the road. You don't hear the change as much when the Doppler effect isn't as pronounced when it's farther away, kind of perpendicular to you, as opposed to like the train coming at you down the tracks. Ding, 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 ding. You can hear the change in the wavelength. That's exactly how the Doppler radar looks. But if it's way off in the distance, you don't really hear that change or see that change in the wavelength as much. And that's exactly what's happening here. Now, I showed you earlier that there wasn't really much showing up with this. Let me go back to the Indianapolis radar. Going back to the storm relative velocity. We don't really see, even if I go just to the straight velocity, the raw data, we don't really see that strong wind. Even if I go to the Evansville radar, I don't know that I'll see that much of a difference here. I'll go to the velocity. You may see a little bit farther to the south. Yeah, there's a little bit more that's showing up. The Louisville radar may be in the right position to see it a little bit better. Yeah, you can see some of the brighter colors showing up here, but I bet if I use the Central Illinois radar, we're going to see some really bright colors here. The problem is we're too far away from the Illinois radar to really make out much of what's happening here. Yeah, it's just too far away. We're getting kind of to the edge of what the radar beam can allow. So it's really in a strange place with the orientation of these winds coming in, as well as kind of its location in relation to the radar beam. And I know that was not a great explanation, but I tried to show you that when these winds are perpendicular to that radar beam, you just don't get a good view of what's happening. Even if that is very close to the radar, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's about the orientation of that bow echo, or where those strongest winds are coming in relation to the radar beam. Sean, it's kind of in that weird spot. Sometimes this weird area down here between Terre Haute is in a bad location because it's way up high in the atmosphere from all of the radars that we use. But when it's also in that strange configuration, we sometimes can't get a good look at it. Also, what I'm looking at as I just kind of step off camera is we're getting some of those little finger appendages that show up sometimes in the bow echo that sometimes tells us that's where strong winds can be.
Yeah, and we're getting, not surprising, we're getting some new flood advisories, not flash flood warnings. I do want to pass along.
Oh, I see it popping up there, yeah.
Hang tight. This is from the Central Indiana Skywarn. No reports of any high wind gusts as the activity moved through Davies County. Some minor flooding in Sullivan and Greene, but nothing specific right now. So let's hope that holds. We know we still have the flash flood warning that continues for parts of Sullivan County to 11 o'clock. But these are the additional areas of flood advisories. I want to show you, let me try to clean this up just a little bit here. So, and not a surprise where they're happening. This includes Lake Monroe. This includes the northern section of Lawrence County. I'm going to add some more towns to my map here. There we go. So Bartlettsville, Guthrie, Chapel Hill in southern Monroe County, Harrodsburg in these flood advisories. And then we have and this goes all the way back to Ridgeport, by the way. Then we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, let me take some of these towns back off. That goes, and the worst is just about over for Bloomfield. But that includes parts of Lawrence County. This goes until 9:30. Again, thankfully, we have not had, I'll show you a bigger perspective of this radar here in a moment, but we just haven't had a lot of wind damage reports at all, which is good. It's just been predominantly big-time rain. In fact, let me show you the radar sequence. And my Sullivan camera's down. Bloomington's still dry right now. Let me show you a regional radar perspective, just so you can get a look at what's going on. Sometimes this is helpful to look upstream. We're using up the energy that's been built up today, is being used up right now. Can't stress it enough. If you're north of this storm axis that's over southern Indiana, you can go to bed. You're okay. You can go to bed and not have to worry about any severe weather for the rest of tonight. If you're farther south, it's going to take a little bit before we can give you the all clear here. But really, once this bow runs its course, I think the wind threat is pretty much going to be done, Rob, for our viewing area here. Very quickly, partner.
There does look like there's one little area there that's maybe producing some gusty winds. Very quickly, I want to go over to the other computer while Sean maybe kind of investigates that a little bit. Couple of things. He mentioned that the winds, we haven't really seen a lot of wind gusts, so I like to look at the actual observations. I really love these specific sensors that tell me exactly ground truth of what's been happening. Temperatures, they're still in the 80s for a couple of locations, but we're starting to see a lot of cooling, but it's the wind gusts that I want to look at. And look, there are no wind gusts that are popping up. In fact, looking at the max gusts today, they're really on the lower side. There have been a couple of spots where we saw some of those gusty winds come through. There's a 46 that showed up for Lafayette, but when we're talking about severe storms, I'm really not seeing anything that's been showing up that's indicative of a widespread or a larger scale severe weather event. What we may be seeing, though, is some very small scale things that are popping up, like maybe what showed up just a moment ago on the radar. But Sean, I'm really surprised that none of the gusts have been showing up on this on radar when it comes to what's happening. I'm actually going to step off camera and switch back over to my radar just so I can do a little bit of tracking, because I was also looking at that area of some gusty winds. Let me go back to my radar. and dive in, do a little bit of hand tracking here, because the area that I want to track, I noticed when Sean switched over just a moment ago, there was one little bright spot that may be popping up. Let's go back to the Indy radar. We'll use that storm relative velocity again. It was showing up right about there. Nothing major that's showing up on our map, but this is where we are seeing it, and I just want to get in a little bit closer. This is south of Interstate 69. I want to put this into motion over the last 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it's that same little bit of spin that has been moving through. It's been very slow moving. By the way, there's the new flood advisory that's just popped up in an elongated area. We also have new cells that have gotten a little bit better organized farther to the north. Let me put those back on, and I'm going to put the lightning on just because there's been so much of it within this same cell. There's the cell that's kind of pushing through. I think it's actually the interaction of the two of those storms. The one that I said a little bit earlier was producing a bit of a hook signature, and then the new this kind of squall line, the bow echo that's been pushing through. I'm a little concerned that as the two of those going to come together, we may start to see a little bit of the winds pick up a bit, but really it's the splitting of hairs at this point. I don't see a whole lot that leads me to be concerned about the severe threat continuing much longer. I'm actually a little surprised that this severe thunderstorm warning is continuing, given that we don't really have a lot to go on when it comes to gusty winds, no reports. There's obviously no sensors in the area, but National Weather Service is going to continue with that severe thunderstorm warning, at least in the short term. I think once that severe thunderstorm warning falls, once we see what's happening right now, and here's the severe thunderstorm warning that I'm talking about as I remove the banner. This is going to go until 9:30. I think once that falls, our coverage here is going to wrap up when it comes to severe weather. But as I mentioned, what we'll be tracking is the chance for these flash flood warnings to continue popping up. Also additional of these flood warnings that are coming up, this flood advisory that's in place for Lawrence County. It also includes Greene County. That's going to go until after midnight tonight. And you're really seeing that line kind of set up. I expect more of these will likely continue through the next several hours as more and more of those storms develop. Sean, if you have any new information, feel free to pop it, to pass it along. But really, I'm seeing that things are really kind of quieting down. There's not much more to track here.
No, I think again, the good news is we have not had any wind reports. Anything significant on the wind report. That bodes well. Let's hope that continues. Bedford, you're not technically under a severe thunderstorm warning. You do have the severe thunderstorm watch. Let me take the watch off, however. I just want to be able to see the radar data a little better. And, but yeah, you're getting ready to get into, we'll call it a gusty thunderstorm at this point in time. In terms of radar wind velocity, there's not a whole lot that stands out other than right there what's moving through Owensburg. Take off the lightning again. I'll do a pixel query on that. The radar indicating roughly at about 3,900 feet, about 30 mile per hour wind. That is well below severe criteria. So I think this warning will be allowed to run its course here, technically until 9:30. But yeah, I feel good for you, Bedford. There, you're going to get hit with some very heavy rain. That is the bigger story, as we've been stressing for the majority of this event here. As this storm axis continues to drift gradually to the south, we've been saying by midnight the bulk of this should be out of our viewing area. And that timeline still looks to be on track here. So we're in good shape. Still have some areas of heavy rain, but this will go through, I'd give it probably about 45 minutes to an hour there in Lawrence County, and about a half hour to 40 minutes perhaps there in Jackson County. Still got a few hit and miss downpours just north of that line that's moving through Monroe, Brown County, Bartholomew County, but and as we've been stressing too, Metro, severe threat is done. The severe threat is done. It's over. You might have a little shower overnight, early tomorrow morning, but the threat of severe weather is over once this axis gets out.
Okay, so let's do this. Again, once we get our severe thunderstorm warning to die down, to go away, what I want to do is just kind of set you up for heading into the rest of the evening. Make sure if you're on WTHR Plus, you're keeping it tuned right here, because even if we are not on in front of the camera, we will still have our live radar. You'll be able to watch the watches and warnings that pop up, as well as the radar. So just keep that in mind. If you're on our Facebook live feed, make sure you're checking that out, and we're going to have our live coverage at 11 o'clock of our newscast on WTHR as well as WTHR Plus. Having said that, the flooding threat's going to continue through the overnight. Temperatures are currently into the 70s and 80s. We've been talking about the wind gusts that we haven't seen too much from these, and no gusts that have been higher than really severe criteria. There's that 146 mile per hour gust. So what happens now? Well, I think we'll use up a lot of this energy, and I think this may actually be a new SPC advisory or a day one threat that I think they've pushed this a little farther to the south and really taken everywhere north of Indy out of even the marginal threat, the level 1 threat.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, so that's pretty much done. That's what Sean was talking about. You're good, especially if you're north of Indy. When it comes to our concerns, we still have a high wind threat from some of the storms. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning out. The threat for tornadoes and hail is low and decreasing, by the way, but the flooding threat remains high. We oftentimes tell you about the outlooks, the 1 to 5 scale. The flash flood risk goes from a 1 to 4 scale. They have changed this. This is new information. So we talked about that moderate risk. They have actually taken that moderate risk and extended it now into Indiana. It includes Terre Haute, includes Bloomington, and these are the areas where the flash flooding is going to be a concern for tonight. Overall, the thinking hasn't changed. It's just that this graphic has updated now to include that information. This is what we had been telling you earlier. I was saying that, yeah, this is going to spill over into Indiana, and now from the Weather Prediction Center, they're now saying that, yes, that threat is going to be there. This is what our concern is overnight, really into tomorrow. I think tomorrow we could have another round of these scattered showers and storms that produce very heavy rain. The flood watch that's in place, that's going to go until 8 p.m. tomorrow. That means we're going to have another round of these showers and storms that are going to produce some heavy rain. Many of you have received some heavy rain over the past 24 to 48 hours. Also know that we do have the advisories and the flash flood warnings that are going to go along with that. Here's a new run of Future Track 13. It's also showing that we do have that line that continues to push through, will likely drift very slowly to the south overnight, then hope to give us a break by early morning, and we may pick this back up again as we get into the afternoon. The peak heating of the day, we may see more of these storms develop, and then we'll be tracking those as we head into the evening. Through the overnight is really the timing here. The severe threat is essentially diminishing. It's going away. The flash flooding threat will stay with us through the overnight. Nighttime flooding, can't stress this enough. Turn around, don't drown. These storms are going to be producing a lot of heavy rain overnight, and flooding is a big concern, especially when you can't see the roadway ahead of you or you can't see how much water is on the roadway. It may look like ponding on the roadway, but you may not know that the road has been washed out, or there may not be any road beneath that. 83 for your Monday, 85 for Tuesday. Very quickly, I want to alert you to the next thing that we're tracking, and we've been advertising this for at least a week now, talking about temperatures getting even warmer, 90s, low 90s, which isn't altogether that terrible, except the fact that all of this humidity that's in place is going to stick around. In fact, it may only get worse because of all of the rain that's been moving through over the past several days. There's plenty of soil moisture. It's peak corn season. As the corn is getting up, there is a lot of corn sweat that goes into this algorithm as well. So for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe even into the weekend, we're talking about heat index values that may surpass 100 degrees. The pattern long range, 6 to 10 days out, even beyond our 7-day, looks like most of the country is going to be dealing with temperatures that are above the average. Now, is that going to be well above the average? We're not necessarily looking at the severity here. We're just looking at the signal is strong that at least they're going to be above the average. We may have to extend that area of these alert days all the way through Saturday and into Sunday. Isolated storms are going to be a part of this as well. I think the rain chance is going to go down starting late Monday and into Tuesday. I've actually taken the rain chance down. It's not 0 for Tuesday and even into Wednesday, but it's low enough that I don't have the severe thunderstorm, or at least the thunderstorm icon on the 7-day. I do put a thunderstorm icon here on Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday, because I think that chance is going to be about 30 to maybe 40. or 50%, depending on which time of day. Just wanted to walk you through that while we had a bit of a moment here, still talking about the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me go back to our radar. I'm just going to put that back up on the screen here and see what's happening with the latest. And again, Sean, if you have anything new, just feel free to throw it to me, but I feel like we are seeing this overall continue to wind down. We still have the one severe thunderstorm warning. Let me put that information on the screen for you. This is going to include Martin County. This is also going to include Lawrence County. It's going to include parts of Monroe County, Greene County as well. Does it include that?
They expired the warning.
They did expire the warning. So as of once we get into 9:30, that warning will be allowed to expire. That's how long the warning goes out. The thing that we'll continue to watch is this flash flood warning, which most of the rain is subsiding, but still some rain is ongoing. That's not going to help any situations. And if we get any of these other cells that continue to dump rain, we may see more flash flood warnings. But Sean, I got to tell you, I like what I'm seeing here in some of the radar trends. Even though other locations are starting to get in on some of the heavy rain, at least it's not pounding the same area over and over and over.
Yeah, definitely. Looks a lot better than it did a couple hours ago. And we are starting to see some southern movement, and that's good here. So not completely done. We still got a couple of counties that are going to have some really intense rain rates here. Going into the weekend, we try to stress a couple of things. I know some people are very, I don't want to use the word angry, but in some cases that's how they've responded to me on my Facebook page about how they didn't get hit. And we told you going into the weekend that not every, timing and location, we're going to be a little uncertain. We still have storm chances before we get into the hot dome. So we got an opportunity tomorrow for more rain. But this is how summertime can be. Some areas over the weekend exceeded 3 inches of rainfall. Some areas might have had a few drops. I'd love to spread it out evenly. We just don't control it. But we knew timing and specific location was just going to be a wait and see approach here. But severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire here at 9:30. And we'll still tack on some additional rain, some of which will be locally heavy over the south central part of the state. What do you think, Rob? You want to get the, yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to get 13 plus back to 13 plus. And we mentioned this a little earlier in the stream, but if you're just catching in and wondering why the heck we're on here, this is what this platform is for. It doesn't have to be crazy, a crazy severe weather outbreak. These are impactful storms regardless, and this is what this platform is built for. We are not interrupting anybody on Channel 13. Those that love weather, you're getting it. So we're going to get you back to 13 plus. Rob will have a full recap at 11 and get you ready for the week, get you ready for the heat, and then first thing tomorrow morning, Matt and Lindsay will have you covered starting at 4 a.m. on sunrise. Thanks for staying with us here this evening. We're glad everyone's safe. Watch out for some ponding of on the roads here over south central Indiana. No severe weather expected for the metro area. We will keep you updated. Fresh forecast at 11 with Rob.